Oh,
And yeah, what a great way to start a live stream. A little bit late and without any fanfare, just clicking the button and saying,
that's the
"Here
best
we
way.
go. We are live." So, Rudi, what's up, dude? It's
Nance.
good to talk to you. It's always good to talk to you. We just talked for an hour and a half, I think, before we started streaming, and we had a great conversation ranging from some taboo topics that might get us canceled if anyone would have listened into the conversation, to more, I don't know, tame topics such as dialectics and postmodernity and um, what are we going to do about either or both. But it was good. But as our conversation ended, and for anyone who's watching, you guys will know that the stream, while it was scheduled, was titled Benny a Damn Sex. Yesterday's Tomorrow. That was initially the book we were going to continue reading, which we will at some point finish up. But for the time being, we are reading The Dialectics of Enlightenment, Theodore Adorno. And that came out of the conversation we were having. And at the end of the conversation, right before we took a break, I went to the toilet, and then we came back and went live. I came out to you as a secret magic believer / practitioner, and I was trying to explain to you what I meant. And I think you picked up on it because, well, first we have some shared background, and I think we've kind of rotated around the topic before, but also I think it's a fairly intuitive understanding of time itself and kind of fate and situatedness. But basically, I was saying I don't believe in magic as such, like chaos magic with the rituals, and I also include religion in this magic thing because I think it's the same thing, or it's a different approach to the same thing. And actually, I was thinking about Dune and Foundation, these two stories about the future and like human projection, tens of thousands of years off into the future, and how that's just religion in reverse. Like religion is human projection thousands of years into the past and like connecting the human to like the cosmic navel and like being and essence and existence itself. Whereas these fictions project us out in the future and kind of connect us to human triumph over the world, or over the universe or the cosmos. But I reject those things, and I also reject fate. I also reject like everything being set in stone. But I also do believe at the same time, like having this radical view of time where past, present, and future are coexistent and co-equal, and everything is going on all at once. And we, being the types of creatures we are, we move through the world, we move through time, just because that's just the way it works. Maybe we'll overcome it someday, but right now we can't. And so it is safe to take for granted kind of the arrow of time. But the past, present, future, all existing at once, all happening at the same time, means, in a sense, everything is concrete, everything is set in stone because the future has already happened. But also, everything is free floating, everything is up in the air because nothing has happened yet. And the idea of the present is this kind of tension between everything has already happened, nothing has happened at all yet. So it leaves open the question of fate or magic. Like it leaves open, well, are you doomed to the future, or can you change it by rituals or by right action in the sight of God or whatever? And I think it's necessarily both, or a version or a species of both. And that's, I don't know, part of what I think being a human is all about, is like navigating time, history, existence, presence, like navigating all this stuff all at once. So we were getting a little bit goofy, and time. Oh, isn't that cool? Time's not really real, man. And then you bitch slapped me and said, let's talk about something serious. And this ties into Theodore Adorno's Dialectic of Enlightenment. And that was exciting to me because it was like just a
Yeah.
natural progression of our conversation. But we had already agreed to just do Dialectic of Enlightenment an hour before we reached this point in our conversation.
Yeah.
So it was this kind of retro version, this dialectic unfolding of our conversation as such. So
Yeah. Yeah. We spelt it maybe into being,
yeah,
like
yeah,
to read it. Because I said like I think this disappearance of like this triad,
mm,
everything happening at once, is in a sense prehistory, which of course is a Marxist notion of time, that we can yet not be the agents of history, and that's why it is prehistory.
mm-hmm.
It still appears to us as like something happening outside of our control, so to say. And my question was like, how does like seeing the future change yourself, and by that the future? You know, um, how much is it the process? Which is also my critique with Land when I read him or think about him. I think like um, how much will we change what happens in the future?
Yeah.
You know, in this sense.
So like, and I think
And
that's
therefore be changed by it. And therefore be changed by it. You know, like this is never. You cannot emphasize one or the other. I think
yeah,
that's my point.
that's like with people trying to communicate like quantum physics. They talk about like the observer problem and how like the observation of the quantum or the whatever, the observation of the phenomenon necessarily changes the phenomenon, or with like the dual
Mm-hmm.
slit experiment, it when you're not looking it goes through both holes, but when you are looking, when you do measure it, it goes through one hole necessarily. And it's like, yeah, the observation of the thing necessarily changes the phenomena or changes the thing itself, because you're interacting with it, you're interfacing with it in a way. So when we
Yeah.
think about the future, I think we can change the future, but we are also necessarily changed by the future ourselves. So maybe
Mm-hmm.
it's not that we're bringing the future in line with what we want. It's maybe we are being brought into line with what the future wants. But that,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and I think that's an open question. I do reject fate. I do reject determinism. Now, look, I think we do live in a deterministic universe, but I don't think anything is necessarily determined. Like we live in this deterministic universe that is inhabited by emergent subjects and quanta and you know and all these things. So
Mm-hmm.
it's a dialectic. Like that itself is a dialectic of like, yeah, it's both. Porque no los dos, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is both. It's
Mm-hmm.
also neither. Um
Yeah, and I think this ties greatly into the dialectic of enlightenment. I don't know if we start with the introduction or if we go right at it with the first chapter, which is the concept of enlightenment, because it goes into magic, science. Where does this come from? Why is it necessary? And I
like
think, yeah,
I was
go
just
ahead.
gonna reiterate. I've never like as big as these guys are, as important as they are, and as like essential as they are. I've never seriously read it. I think I've read this once before. It was years ago, and there is nothing here. So for the purposes of right now, I will defer to wherever you want to take us, because
Hmm.
I think you
I
have a
think,
leg up on me here.
yeah, let's start there. I mean, I read it before too when I was way younger, and I understood almost nothing. And I was like, ah, yeah, there's the Cyclops, and the Cyclops is a farmer. And I thought that I understood like this mode of reading, where it's like I got the thing, but actually later
Yeah.
I realized how much eluded my grasp. Um, and now I think what really unlocked it for me is to read them as critical theorists, in the sense of they are Marxists. They currently, at the time of writing this, when they wrote this, they experienced both Stalinism in the Soviet Union
Mm-hmm.
and fascism in Europe
Yep.
and Fordism in the USA.
Yep.
Um, and all of this informs um, this whole book.
Hell yeah. So similarly to
So should
like when I read Benjamin, I think one thing that really helped me accelerate my understanding of Benjamin was remembering the context in which he was writing and remembering what it was he was doing. I think if you don't have any idea what Benjamin and what the Frankfurt School guys are talking about, I don't know, it might be difficult. You have to remember, like, no, they are living at this crescendo of history where when they reference fascism or when they reference totalitarianism, they're referencing a concrete thing in the world.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I mean, Benjamin is like, I think that he said about Adorno that if he has one student, he has only one student, that it's Adorno.
Mm-hmm.
I think he
Mm-hmm.
said it about him because his thinking informs both of what they're doing here. Hey,
Hell yeah.
Caesar.
Yes. Cesar, what's up, dude? He says, good to
Cesar.
see you, Rudy. It is good to have Rudy back, man. I'm glad. I'm glad you're back, Rudy. I'm really glad.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm glad that I have this.
Yeah.
And I can hold on to it and then I can do it again.
Yeah. Well, and you got big
Actually
news.
gives me
I don't know.
comfort.
I don't know if you want to share your
Oh,
big
but
news, but
if I share it now, no, I decided to move away from theater because I feel like I can get nothing out of it currently, and I want to go back studying. Oh shit, man! Now I said it. No, I cannot reel
now
back.
you
It's
can't
like the
undo
moment
it.
where it's like, so to study philosophy and maybe political science, I'm still thinking about like the second course because I was at this point in my life where I was thinking like, what do I want to do?
Mm.
Like because I always had like a task where I was like, I have to do this because it's necessary. And this was maybe one of the first times where I was like, no, I really want to do this. I just for the heck of it, I just want to write a paper on Kant's whatever terminology and horribly fail. I don't care. But
But you can
yeah,
do it,
yeah,
damn it. And that's an exercise in being an unabashed, unashamed human. You don't need an
yeah,
instrumental justification to do what you are doing. And yeah, escaping the kind of instrumentalized totalization of the world that we live in. It's a beautiful thing, and I think we're blessed, to use a word that I can't stand. I think we are blessed. I think we are privileged to have these avenues of escape, these lines of flight. You know,
yeah, yeah,
and I think it's great. It's also scary. It's also terrifying because things are up in the air. Your future is up in the air. There's a safety
hmm
that comes with like instrumentalization. It's like, well, maybe I might not be satisfied, but at least I'll be secure knowing that I'm a cog in the machine for as long as that machine keeps running. But that's inhuman, and it is essentially human to say, I want to do this thing for the fuck of this thing itself.
yeah,
So that's
yeah.
that's
And I
great,
mean,
man.
it's also relates to like there was no way forward. Like I was like thinking, okay, it's not even instrumentalization.
Yeah.
I cannot even rely on this institution.
Yeah.
And I mean, going into academia, it's like, okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
I will see. But at least I know that I can take something from it that I'm not finding in where I am at now. The institution I'm at now, I look around me and I'm like, all these people are fucking stupid half of the time. Like they're also great and they are people and they are flawed, but like There's a lot of smelling your own farts and half knowledge. Yeah, and speaking a little bit about, have you read Byung-Chul Han? Oh, then you
Yeah.
read the text and it's like, um, it's something, maybe has something to do with the play because you wanted to have
Yeah, yeah,
something to do
yeah.
with the play, but it's not rigorous.
I think it is a little ironic that the precarity in the theater, it's I think it's an accelerated precarity, but there's also a lot of precarity in academia as
Yeah.
well, and studying philosophy as well.
You know, I thought like I learned a job that gives me almost no economic like value for a company. I failed at that. Now let me study another.
Yeah, you I think that
Let me
says
fuck my
something.
CV even more.
Yeah, I think that says something remarkable about your kind of character and your disposition and your comportment, is that you're willing to put yourself in these precarious worlds because it satisfies. Look, art, theater, like that is satisfying, a very human thing. And similarly, I think studying
Hmm.
philosophy is also a very human thing. So I think the fact that you're willing to risk it. I wasn't, like, when I was confronted with the choice of, like, I need to find a job, I need to make money, I joined the
Hmm.
military. Like, I think that says something about my
Yeah.
character, is that I was afraid.
Yeah.
And I think you're bold in a way, and I think that's fucking beautiful, dude. And I'm happy, like, I'm glad that you're like a part of my life too. Like, you're my friend. I'm glad to have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. But it's like I have to say, I still struggled a lot. Um, and I really had to figure a neurotic way where I can like justify it in front of me and be like, hey, maybe. And that's the truth, like I'm super sure I can learn more like extracurricular bullshit in university with which I can get just a fucking job if I say, hey man, money has to come in. Let's just work in accounting wherever the fuck,
Yeah.
and then do in my free time what I would like to do
Look,
way
man,
more than the theater.
I
Like
think,
artists, if you don't work in the art field and you are like the person doing the art as like a theater actor, no way.
yeah,
You're even less valuable than like people who studied music
right.
because they can go into like pedagogia and stuff like that as theater.
Yeah. I think we all need to be honest and admit that in 5 to 10 years, we will all be beggars. But hopefully we can, like, all kind of congregate we can pick a city. All of us
Mhm.
can move to whatever city it is we decide upon. So we can at least be beggars, but we won't be alone. But I think we all are trying to kind of pursue something that is necessarily non-instrumental and non-instrumentalizable.
Mhm.
And that was a joke. We're not all going to be beggars. I do believe there's a future in all of this, whatever it is we're doing. But I think it's going to be hard. I think we're all, everyone listening right now, everyone that will be listening in the future. I think we all are resolved to do the hard thing,
Mhm.
because if we weren't, we wouldn't be here. If we didn't have that resolve, we would be playing a video game or watching a video game streamer or masturbating or getting drunk or getting
Yeah.
high or doing all the other things that, you know. So let's all pat ourselves on the back. We are the
Yeah.
humans. Let's do this fucking thing.
Let's do that fucking thing.
Um,
Which is fine. You can game, like
yeah, yeah. No, look,
this is
yes,
not like a boot camp.
yeah. I've been meaning to get back to a video game. I got the City Skylines video game. I downloaded it. I
Hmm.
haven't played it
Hmm.
yet, but I downloaded it because I do intend in the new year to section out some time to play a video game. Oh,
Do you want to get into it?
Yeah. Got Welsh Ian in the chat. Ian Cochran, good to see you, man. Um, what's up, everybody? So we'll do. Got this EPUB. Um, the concept of enlightenment. That's where we're starting.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You want to give any preamble, or are we satisfied with all the preamble, ready to jump right in?
No, I think let me think for a second. Okay, if you go into this completely blind, maybe for that, because while we talked a little bit, I wanted to say someone to like the complete bleep. Nice that you're here.
Mm-hmm.
This is hard. Don't worry, man. I rack my brain about these things too. Um, yeah, Max Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno were two figures of the Frankfurt School, which was an institute, like a Marxist institute, which was funded with Marxist money. Um, and they tried to bring together different fields from the university. Sociology, they are one of the, I think even like they took up the torch from Weber and these people which was a sociologist, and they tried to do sociology, philosophy, um, psychology, which was psychoanalysis mostly back then, still, and to bring this all together with Marxism in critical theory. Like when they say critical theory, it means Marxism in the sense that Marxism is the critical theory of the workers' movement, of the movement for socialism in history, not necessarily the political concrete right now.
Yeah.
And they are in exile because they were both Jewish, intellectual leftists in Nazi Germany, and they had to flee. And they both fled to, I think, Los Angeles. Like they took some detours. They come separate, but they came separate. And yeah, I think they are still in the USA when they write this.
And I think is the culture industry probably their most well-known work. So yeah, if you don't know Adorno and Horkheimer, they are the guys who wrote the culture industry, and I think that is probably, I mean, their most well-known work, and also maybe the most influential on the left media. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say. No, I would say. And I think the whole culture industry and the totalized society, like that they say, like the totalized society is the concept they also, which was pretty important for the new left, although they had like falling out and critique and little baby fits towards Adorno and Horkheimer.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all the new left was. It was all just a bunch of fits. It was maybe it was one giant collective fit of the formerly proletarianized workers kind of coming to this new realization of the new situation, post-class fractured mass, in the wake of the managerial revolution and total institutionalization. Maybe it was just a giant collective fit, and maybe that's okay. I think
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Oh man, gigging in the center of Cardiff was going with it, Uber, but I canceled on my way to. Hell yeah, Ian. Fuck yeah. Adam Mad says PCFM reference drink. That's his drinking game. Every time any Theory Underground or Theory Underground adjacent publication or production references the post-class fractured mass, Adam's going to get drunk. So my job is to get Adam shit-faced every day because I can't stop referencing the post-class
30 minutes.
Yeah. We'll jump right into it. So we are skipping the introduction. We're going to get right into it here with the concept of enlightenment. We'll read a few. We'll puff pass. We'll interject when we feel the need to do so. So,
yeah.
In the most general sense of progressive thought, the Enlightenment has always aimed at liberating men from fear and establishing their sovereignty. Yet the fully enlightened earth radiates disaster triumphant. The program of the Enlightenment was the disenchantment of the world, the disillusion of myths, and the substitution of knowledge for fancy. Bacon, the father of experimental philosophy, had defined its motives. He looked down on the masters of tradition, the great reputed authors who first believe that others know that which they know not, and after themselves know that which they know not. But indeed, facility to believe, impatience to doubt, temerity to answer, glory to know, doubt to contradict, end to gain, sloth to search, seeking things in words, resting in part of nature. These and the like have been the things which have forbidden the happy match between the mind of man and the nature of things, and in place thereof have married it to vain notions and blind experiments. And what the posterity and issue of so honorable a match may be, it is not hard to consider. Printing, a gross invention; artillery, a thing that lay not far out of the way; the needle, a thing partly known before. What a change have these three things made in the world in these times! The one in the state of learning, the other in the state of war, the third in the state of treasure, commodities, and navigation. And those, I say, were but stumbled upon and lighted upon by chance. Therefore, no doubt, the sovereignty of man lieth hid in knowledge, wherein many things are reserved, which kings with their treasure cannot buy, nor with their force command. Their spiles and intelligencers can give no news of them. Their seamen and discoverers cannot sail where they grow. Now we govern nature in opinions, but we are thrall unto her in necessity. But if we would be led by her in invention, we should command her by action. So that was Francis Bacon, a long quote. Nature. What is nature?
That's yeah.
Yeah.
What is nature?
So yesterday, I started writing a piece yesterday morning. It was in the downtime. I get up early in the mornings and I skateboard and I work out, and then I start my day. So yesterday morning, after I was skateboarding, sat down and I started writing a piece, and I think it's about fiction. And I think it's about, this is why I was thinking about Dune and Foundation and how they're like the mirror image of like Christianity or like these other religious traditions, which the religious traditions look backward to root us to the origin. These works of fiction look forward to root us in something else. And it doesn't have to be an eschatology. I think it can be like an ongoing existence. But I reject both. Like I'm not satisfied with either, but I was writing about religion, fiction, science fiction and fantasy, whereas science fiction is aspirational, fantasy is inspirational. And so the difference is with science fiction, it's aspirational. It's something that people think we can or will achieve, whereas with fantasy, it's something that there's this implicit knowledge that this is not real. These are ideals guiding us. And so we're not going to try to operationalize the fantasy. We're just going to stick to the ideals. But in the writing of this piece that hopefully I write for the next couple weeks and then I publish soon, I asked the question, what is nature? And I suggest that nature and God are the same thing. And man, as part of nature, necessarily, we are like a protrusion or an extrusion, or like if you take a sheet of paper or a thing and you like poke it, like there's a bump on top. So it like protrudes. So like we are
Hmm.
part of nature, or you can also say we are part of God. It is, God is the condition of possibility for all existence in the first place. God is also the condition of possibility for intentionality. Okay, that's one way to articulate it. And nature is also the same thing. Nature is the condition of possibility for being as such, existence as such, subjectivity as such, because we are
Hmm.
these animals, we are these extant creatures who exist, but something emerges. So with God, it's the divine spark and he imbues it in us. Okay, I'm okay with that. With
Hmm.
nature, it's this kind of process of evolution and emergent complexity and systems accumulating over time until subjectivity emerges. I think God and nature are the same thing, same exact thing.
Hmm.
It's just a different signifiers, and that's
Yeah.
not trying to offend any believers. I think that's great. Like I'm not trying to diminish or cheapen God by saying it's the same thing as nature, but like that's how I interpret it and situate myself. But man is this thing that we rest on nature, but we necessarily emerge from nature or God.
Yeah.
Like it is a necessary part of who and what we are. It is a condition of possibility for who and what we are, but there's also something else that makes us who and what we are. So, if anything, I'm only comfortable saying, "Oh no, my internet's slowing down." Whatever. If anything, I'm comfortable saying nature that is like down here at the base. That's what nature is. So like, but that doesn't answer the question, right? Like, well, what is nature? And then I spend 3 minutes
Yeah.
explaining this. That still
I
doesn't
would
answer the
say
question.
it's like first of all, it's that what the world we find ourselves in, and by that it necessarily is society too.
Absolutely.
Um, and but I think for um, for Bacon, the question in this quote, I think, is what is nature for Bacon?
Mm-hmm.
And I think for Bacon it is um, everything in the world that he that the society finds um I think it's very like natural sciences, like that's why
Yeah.
they like what is the what are the laws of the world around me that govern us, and when we
It's like a
start to
priori's.
understand, yeah, a priori, yeah, nature's a priori.
Do you? That's actually that's a good answer. Like the world we find ourselves in. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. But then he's talking about like we should master her.
Yeah, yeah, because I think this is where like enlightenment begins, that he's
Mm-hmm.
bourgeois. Because I don't know if this the normal reading, but I think it's not, they don't reduce Adorno and Horkheimer, they don't reduce enlightenment only to capital, but it is capital.
Okay.
This
Okay.
like this is already bourgeois society starting and being like, how can we manage, like how can we become sovereign over that which we see as having power over us, but
Yeah.
actually it's not. We can understand its laws with our knowledge, and with our knowledge we can master it,
Yeah.
because
We
when we
can.
understand it we can subjugate it.
Yeah, we can augment these kind of natural processes and the natural flow of the world. We then augment that with our reason, and our rationality. So okay. Yeah, I think Bacon probably would be satisfied with that. It's the history of mankind has been a war, or not even a war. The history of mankind, like, we've been oppressed by nature, and Bacon wants us to discover a modality of we ourselves becoming the exploiters, if not the oppressors. Putting nature on the rack, as Bacon would say. Solowski in the chat says, nature creates with a shaky hand. And that's apparently a line by Aquinas.
Aquinas.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
With a shaky hand. And then it's up to man to come along behind and refine it.
Yeah, that I would think, but there Thomas Aquinas is still like theology, like there's still like
oh, that's a good point.
It's like it's still, he thinks still together, like nature creates with a shaky hand, but we as the divine spirit, and it's true,
yes,
there already is kind of enlightenment happening, but not as realized as in Bacon.
That's a good point. Okay, and Solowski clarified it's the Aquinas character in Dante.
It's Dante. Yeah, but in Dante, yeah, okay. But Dante, of course.
So
we know nothing. We haven't read.
Yeah. I have not read.
We're like, oh, Aquinas. Yes, it's Aquinas. Oh, let's see.
Showing our lack. That's what we do here, people. We are not experts. But we're also not Byung-Chul Han's idiots either. You referenced Byung-Chul Han. And I like Byung-Chul Han. I've got a lot out of reading Byung-Chul Han. But I also think at the end of the day, Byung-Chul Han just wants to do a mysticism and say, become the idiot, become the flower on the river bank. And I don't think that's the answer. So we're not Byung-Chul Han's idiots. We are Theory Underground, specific species of idiots. It's an expert articulation of our idiocy. We are master idiots. All right. Despite his lack of mathematics, Bacon's view was appropriate to the scientific attitude that prevailed after him. The concordance between the mind of man and the nature of things that he had in mind is patriarchal. The human mind, which overcomes superstition, is to hold sway over a disenchanted nature. Knowledge, which is power, knows no obstacles, neither in the enslavement of men nor in compliance with the world's rulers. As with all the ends of bourgeois economy in the factory and on the battlefield, origin is no bar to the dictates of the entrepreneurs. Kings, no less directly than businessmen, control technology. It is as democratic as the economic system with which it is bound up. Technology is the essence of this knowledge. It does not work by concepts and images, by the fortunate insight, but refers to method, the exploitation of others' work, and capital. The many things which, according to Bacon, are reserved are themselves no more than instrumental. The radio as a sublimated printing press, the dive bomber as a more effective form of artillery, radio control as a more reliable compass. What men want to learn from nature is how to use it in order wholly to dominate it and other men. That is the only aim. Ruthlessly, in despite of itself, the Enlightenment has extinguished any trace of its own self-consciousness. The only kind of thinking that is sufficiently hard to shatter myths is ultimately self-destructive. In face of the present triumph of the factual mentality, even Bacon's nominalist credo would be suspected of a metaphysical bias and come under the same verdict of vanity that he pronounced on scholastic philosophy. Power and knowledge are synonymous. For Bacon, as for Luther, knowledge that tendeth but to satisfaction is but as a courtesan, which is for pleasure and not for fruit or generation. Not satisfaction, which men call truth, but operation to do the business is the right mark. For what is the true end, scope, or office of knowledge, which I have set down to consist not in any plausible, delectable, reverend, or admired discourse, or any satisfactory arguments, but in effecting and working, and in discovery of particulars not revealed before, for the better endowment and help of man's life. There is to be no mystery, which means, too, no wish to reveal mystery. Yeah. So,
Pretty good stuff, right?
yeah. Knowledge that tendeth but to satisfaction is but as a courtesan, which is for pleasure and not for fruit or generation. Not satisfaction, which men call truth, but operation to do the business is the right mark. So the only kind of thinking that is sufficiently hard to shatter myths is ultimately self-destructive. So this type of knowledge, I think, if I'm getting like this type of the type of knowledge that brought about the Enlightenment or the modern world that we live in is like a necessarily self-destructive type of knowledge because it's instrumental from like that. It is that type of knowledge that is power, that is instrumental. It's not pleasure. It's not knowing for the sake of knowing. It's knowing for the sake of doing.
Yeah. Okay. And it's already like they are teasing at the contradiction that like the moment knowledge is instrumentalized, it has to dominate itself. That's the trick that they do here. That they are like when knowledge is power, but you instrumentalize knowledge, then you do power against power.
It starts to
that's what I mean with
itself.
contradiction. It debases itself.
Yeah. Okay. The disenchantment of the world is the extirpation of animism. Xenophanes derides the multitude of deities because they are but replicas of the men who produced them, together with all that is contingent and evil in mankind, and the most recent school of logic denounces, for the impressions they bear, the words of language, holding them to be false coins better replaced by neutral counters. The world becomes chaos and synthesis salvation. Is that a dig at post-structuralism?
Yes. Okay. That is a dig at post-structuralism.
Okay.
I think so.
But I appreciate it because I think people took post-structuralism and instrumentalized it into the postmodern bullshit we live in. And as I want to stick up for postmodern, the postmodern condition, right? Like the postmodern approach, postmodern realism. That's what it is. I'm not a postmodernist. I'm a realist about the fact that we live in postmodernity. But yeah, I think post-structuralism got instrumentalized into this kind of circle jerk pomo bullshit.
But I think it is kind of a dig, but I think they also pay their dues.
For sure.
Because what they say is okay, Xenophanes derides the multitude of deities, so it's Olympic deities, right? And they are replicas of the man who produced them. So all these gods, they are like these fucking drunks, they rape, they are jealous, they are all of these things. So can they really be gods? You know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
this is the question from Xenophanes. And now they say, like, in a similar fashion, the recent school of logic, which I think is post-structuralism, um, denounces the words of language. And I think the critique they make, it's an immanent critique, is that they say, like, what should replace this? We are necessarily trapped. We have to move through this language. We cannot get some, like, what should we do? We
Yeah.
speak. And I think they also say, like, language is not only a failure. This is kind of like I think the true jab.
Yeah. I like it though, and I think it's another porque no los dos situation. I think it's like, yeah, this is a tension that we have to move through. And yeah, I think they did a good job there. Holding them to be false coins better replaced by neutral counters. The world becomes chaos and synthesis salvation. There is said to be no difference between the totemic animal, the dreams of the ghost seer, and the absolute idea. On the road to modern science.
That is a great jab. Sorry,
yeah,
that is the better jab.
Yeah, it is.
That's the better jab, because it's like, and I would really like to know what the Lacanians think about that.
Ooh.
Because they have a point there that they say it's not the same. The absolute idea, Mr. Kojev, is not the dream of the ghost seer and not the totemic animal. It is not all the same function, I think, is what they say. They have different characteristics. They have different qualia.
Yeah, and you know, us as the subject, like, we're attuned to them differently as well. So, like, also hermeneutically, like, they already necessarily aren't the same thing. Yeah, any Lacanians in the chat, what's up with that? Or if you're watching this in the future and you're a Lacanian, leave a comment, because I don't like you. I don't like Lacanians. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I was being provocative. Some of my best friends are Lacanians.
I have this one Lacanian friend, you know. He says these jokes are okay.
Yeah, I got permission. On the road to modern science, men renounce any claim to meaning. Ooh. They substitute formula for concept, rule, and probability for cause and motive. Fuck. Cause was only the last philosophic concept which served as a yardstick for scientific criticism, so to speak, because it alone among the old ideas still seemed to offer itself to scientific criticism. The latest secularization of the creative principle. Substance. They were abandoned as idola theatri of the old metaphysics, and assessed as being even then memorials of the elements and powers of the prehistory, for which life and death disclosed their nature in myths and became interwoven in them. The categories by which Western philosophy defined its everlasting natural order marked the spots once occupied by Oncus and Persephone, Ariadne and Nereus. The pre-Socratic cosmologies preserve the moment of transition. The moist, the indivisible air and fire, which they hold to be the primal matter of nature, are already rationalizations of the mythic mode of apprehension. Just as the images of generation from water and earth, which came from the Nile to the Greeks, became here hylozoistic principles. I don't know that word. Or elements. So
me neither.
All the equivocal multitude of mythical demons were intellectualized in the pure form of ontological essences. Finally, by means of the Platonic ideas, Even the patriarchal gods of Olympus were absorbed in the philosophical logos. The Enlightenment, however, recognized the old powers in the Platonic and Aristotelian aspects of metaphysics, and opposed as superstition the claim that truth is predictable of universals. It asserted that in the authority of universal concepts, there was still discernible fear of the demonic spirits which men sought to portray in magic rituals, hoping thus to influence nature. From now on, matter would at last be mastered without any illusion of ruling or inherent powers of hidden qualities. For the Enlightenment, whatever does not conform to the rule of computation and utility is suspect. So long as it can develop undisturbed by any outward repression, there is no holding it. In the process, it treats its own idea.
Everything is alive or animated. So it's the hylozoistic principle is the elements. So the sea, the water has a character on its own. It wants something, and it becomes like from a spirit which is local. Like the tribes had like, this is our river. His name is whatever the fuck. Like Dicky. And over there is our other river. It's Petey. And these were their specific spirits. And in that moment, they become generalized. The water as such wants something, has needs, fears, and so on. Everything you find in like dumbed down form in like RPGs, like fire magic. I don't know, what is it? Here, Avatar, the Last Airbender. The fire people don't like the water people because the fire people are the evil fascists.
That's oh no, what the hell is happening? YouTube's being all stupid right now. I don't know what the fuck is happening. It says it's not receiving. Whatever, dude. I don't give a shit. I do. I'm flustered, but whatever. Adam in the chat says basically holistic animism. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
I wonder what came first. The spirit of the river or the god of water. Like
the spirit of the river.
Yeah, it has to be this hylozoistic. That has to come prior to embodied deities, or even like a diffuse deity, like that type of. It is an animism. That type of animism, I would think, does precede a kind of concretized deity. Although it is interesting that in that case it started abstract and then became concrete rather than. Although maybe you could say that itself is an abstraction from subjectivity.
It is. I think it's like spirit.
Yeah.
Like the local spirit, because it's the Feuerbachian thing.
Yep.
It's like I imagine myself in that, but it's my own idea that I put onto the thing, on the subjective onto the objective. Then it moves. I think their point is then it moves through the gods, and then it moves then it moves to elements. Then I don't know. Wait. I'm not so sure. While I'm talking, I realize that I'm not so sure. Just as the images of generation from water and earth, which came from the Nile to the Greeks, became here hylozoistic principles or elements, so all the equivocal multitude of mythical demons were intellectualized in the pure form of ontological essences.
So yeah, it is this kind of
It is,
the projection
yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
that then gets reified. But then again gets re-abstracted
Yeah,
into like the logos, right? It's I don't know, it's interesting. It's like we can't help but project ourselves out onto the world, but then we also seek concreticity in structures and systems that emerge, society as such, or
yeah,
the category nature, man, God, like, so we are projecting the thing, and then we're deconstructing it only to reify it once again.
and the next step for me is to say it's nature doing it to itself, of course,
Yeah.
because we are nature,
Yeah.
you know, like
Yeah.
this nature looks at itself and is like, I wonder what that over there is, you know, like um there is already this coming apart,
Yeah.
you know, that this I think where the point is like alienation good in a sense, because um of course it's maybe like this would be an interesting question
I would
to
say
read this.
alienation
Yeah,
necessary.
yeah,
Now,
yeah, but I
now
I would say alienation progress, Huga.
I would
Because
say that yes, because it's a necessary part of that progress. But I think then, like, if we say good or bad, I think we run the risk of doing this thing where we are subverting ourselves to it once again. That's why I push
yes,
back on the accelerationists and say,
yeah,
no, it's not a good thing. It's a
yes,
necessary thing.
yes,
We are good. We are where good comes from. So
yeah,
if we mislocate good and bad, then we run the risk of becoming instrumentalized for this
yeah,
diffuse natural process. So while you're right, it is good with a small g, because it allows it is that's another condition of possibility for all the amazing things we're doing. I think when people try to say good with a capital G,
yeah.
uh, that's wrong, because you're locating the divine spark in the
Mhm.
rock as opposed to in the soul of man.
That's true. But the whole move, I think, which they will continue, is that thinking uh, follows this trajectory.
Hmm.
It's only by externalizing it, by this form of alienation,
Yeah.
that thinking can, like, the good in human can only appear once this process is happening. In this sense, we are both right.
So it's
Yeah,
it's necessarily a dialectic. It's necessarily a
yeah,
dialectic.
yeah.
Yeah. And I'm
It's
I'm
everything they do.
yeah, I'm good with that. I like that. Um yeah. Yeah, ¿Por qué no los dos?
Yeah.
All right. Enlightenment
Should I
has
continue or do you want to continue?
actually, yeah, I'm going to make another tea if you want to grab the next one.
Yeah, yeah, let's do that.
All right.
Enlightenment has always taken the basic principle of myth to be anthropomorphism, the projection onto nature of the subjective. In this view, the supernatural, spirits, and demons are mirror images of man who allow themselves to be frightened by natural phenomena. Consequently, the many mythic figures can all be brought to a common denominator and reduced to the human subject. Oedipus' answer to the Sphinx riddle, "It is man," is the Enlightenment stereotype repeatedly offered as information, irrespective of whether it is faced with a piece of objective intelligence, a bare schematization, fear of evil powers, or hope of redemption. In advance, the Enlightenment recognizes as being and occurrence only. In advance, the Enlightenment recognizes as being and occurrence only what can be apprehended in unity. Its ideal is the system from which all and everything flows. Its rationalist and empiricists' versions do not part company on that point. Even though the individual schools may interpret the axioms differently, the structure of scientific unity has always been the same. Bacon's postulate of una scientia universalis, eine universale Wissenschaft, whatever the number of fields of research, is as inimical to the unassignable as Leibniz' Mathesis universalis, universal mathematics, is to discontinuity. The multiplicity of forms is reduced to position and arrangement, history to fact, things to matter. According to Bacon, too, degrees of universality provide an unequivocal logical connection between first principles and observational judgments. The Mestre mocks him for harboring une idole d'échelle. I don't know. I have not looked up this. Une idole d'échelle. My French is too bad to translate this because it's almost not existing. Formal logic was the major school of unified science. It provided the Enlightenment thinkers with the schema of the calculability of the world. The mythologizing equation of ideas with numbers in Plato's last writings expresses the longing of all demythologization. Number became the canon of the Enlightenment. The same equations dominate bourgeois justice and commodity exchange. Is not the rule si in aequilabius aequali adas omnia erunt in aequalia. I have to look this up because I don't know Latin.
Here, I'll.
If to unequals you add equals, all will be unequal. That's what that's translated to. If to unequals you add equals, all will be unequal. Is not this rule an axiom of justice as well as of the mathematics? And is there not a true coincidence between commutative and distributive justice and arithmetical and geometrical proportion? This was a quote by Bacon. Bourgeois society is ruled by equivalence. It makes the dissimilar comparable by reducing it to abstract quantities. To the Enlightenment, that which does not reduce to numbers and ultimately to the one becomes illusion. Modern positivism writes it off as literature. Unity is the slogan from Parmenides to Russell. The destruction of gods and qualities alike is insisted upon. Yet the myths which fell victim to the Enlightenment were its own products. In the scientific calculation of occurrence, the computation is annulled, which thought had once transferred from occurrence into myths. Myth, intended report, naming, the narration of the beginning, but also presentation, confirmation, explanation, a tendency that grew stronger with the recording and collection of myths. Narrative became didactic at an early stage. Every ritual includes the idea of activity as a determined process which magic can nevertheless influence. This theoretical element in ritual won independence in the earliest national epics. The myths, as the tragedians came upon them, are already characterized by the disciple and power that Bacon celebrated as the right mark. In place of the local spirits and demons, there appeared heaven and its hierarchy. In place of the invocations of the magician and the tribe, the distinct gradation of sacrifice and the labor of the unfree mediated through the word of command. The Olympic deities are no longer directly identical with elements, but signify them. In Homer, Zeus represents the sky and the weather. Apollo controls the sun. And Helios and Eos are already shifting to an allegorical function. The gods are distinguished from material elements as their quintessential concepts. From now on, being divides into the logos, which with the progress of philosophy contracts to the monad, to a mere point of reference, and into the mass of all things and creatures without. The single distinction between existence proper and reality engulfs all others. Without regard to distinctions, the world becomes subject to man. In this, the Jewish creation narrative and the religion of Olympia are at one. Quote, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over the cattle and over all the earth and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. That is from Genesis 1:26. And quote, O Zeus, Father Zeus, yours is the dominion of the heavens, and you oversee the works of man, both wicked and just, and even the wantonness of the beasts, and the righteousness is your concern. And this is from Archilochos. Quote, for so it is that one atones straight away and another later. But should one escape, and the threatening decree of the gods not reach him yet, it will certainly be visited at last, if not upon him, then upon his children or another generation. This is from Solon. Only he who always submits survives in the face of the gods. The awakening of the self is paid for by the acknowledgement of power as the principle of all relations. Should I continue? Do we have anything to... There was a chunk.
Yeah, so I think what I'm getting is like just saying like knowledge, context, like the categories, the split between man and nature and even God have always been this kind of dialectical process. And we've always used them. Rather, they've always been used by power or like structures with power to kind of like legitimate that power, the authority of the king or the virtuousness of the church or whatever. Like it's always been this thing that gets instrumentalized, and maybe there are a few sages, a few wise men that have deep insight, but for the most part, the common man has always been at the mercy and whim of these dialectics. Like the way they're laying it out, they're very much like this is a like a co-creation type situation. We are the ones doing the thing that we are uh critiquing. Like
Yeah.
we are the ones doing the thinking, and we are thinking about the thinking that we are doing, but it takes thinking to be able to think about thinking. Like it's always
Yeah.
this dialectic. And they're problematizing how it has been used as like a legitimating narrative by power structures, be it political or sociological, cultural, whatever. Like
I
talking
think they
about
even
God, like God gives us dominion over the earth and this and that, but we subjugate ourselves to God, and so
I think they go even a step further, that they say um it's only thinking itself is this power. It
yeah,
is necessary.
yeah,
This this making everything exchangeable, making
yeah,
everything fungible, reducing it to the one, to the number, is already in the magical ritual. The ritual is already a form of technology, is what they say.
yes, yeah, 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 yeah,
Magic is already a form of technology. And we gained, while we instantiated the even the notion of power, like the structure of power, we also gained it. It was already an exchange. Yeah, that's what I meant when
right,
I
right,
said,
right, right,
in a sense, they say that enlightenment is capital.
yeah,
It's it's the same move from, like, in the commodity form, everything is fungible.
yeah,
This is labor, so
yeah, things,
and humans already move into this exchange relation, and it's interesting because it's very similar to Kojin Karantani,
yeah, yeah,
what
yeah,
they do here. Humans already go into this exchange relation with nature, and in a sense, nature loses, but in the moment the nature loses, also the humans lose,
yes, yes,
because we make ourselves similar, and uh, we lose, like, the qualia of the objects are lost. The objects just become things.
yeah,
They become reified.
yeah,
The river is not any longer my special river. I don't know, Pity,
yeah, yeah.
my river spirit.
It's not peaty. It's just the river,
It's
the
just,
inframed river that's just a resource, and it's we only
yeah,
look at it for the utility. Um,
yeah,
I like that a lot. I think that's the fact that they're using magic, or that they're like talking about magic and existing power structures and stuff. I like it a lot because it is magic, and it is this technology of reification and legitimation. Um, I take that to language itself. Like language itself is this technology that, um, like it's not the medium of thought, but it is the medium of expression. Now, it also becomes the medium of thought. It is
yeah,
true that when you think, you are thinking in language, but I do think there is a remainder here. There is a surplus of thought that isn't codified, that isn't
yeah,
instrumentalized, and that's why we spend so much time trying to express that surplus, trying to express that remainder. Um, but yeah, this shit's fire. I love this shit.
right, right. It's and I think we will get there.
Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah.
they they move into that because it's already happening with, like, like, when, because as much as a jab they took, they say, like, Apollon signifies, in
Yeah, yeah,
German,
yeah.
they say represents. In German, it's represents in the German, but it doesn't matter because it's the same function. It's not
Yeah.
wrong that there's signify there. Um, there is already a certain separation, and they go even further with it because they go towards the image and the word.
Mm.
Because of course, when they speak about ritual and language, ritual and magic, they have to speak about um, images and words in incantations.
Adam asks, which represents Vertreten or
Repräsentieren.
Darstellen?
Repräsentieren.
Well, he said Vertreten, which I don't know. That's like value, or Darstellen.
Vertreten is like I act in your place,
Okay,
and
but
darstellen is yeah. But let me look it up. I have the German here.
It's a good question, Adam. To focus on which word is it?
That's in German. Like that's with these Germans. It's always yeah.
Yeah.
It's really a
Well,
good question.
Jesus, like we've spent hours on one word, and like, why did he use this one word rather than this one synonym? Like, why this specific word? So I think it is always worth it with, especially like representation. Representation is a word that does a lot of work.
Yeah,
So it is worth getting to the bottom of it.
and that takes time, which I will take right now because I'm not a thing on demand
Yeah,
only.
you are not a robot. You have not been inframed.
I'm maybe I'm that's part of me,
Yeah,
but
but
in that I
only part. Only part.
yeah, only part. Ah, sie bedeuten sie. Ah,
Sie bedeuten sie?
bedeuten, which is pretty good, I think, to translate as signify.
Mm,
Mean,
mean.
mean, imply, mean. They mean them.
Okay. Interesting. Now, mean is another word that I think it would be funny to kind of hystericize that word, but I don't think it's necessary right now. We can be comfortable with like mean as in, well, what is it? Yeah, what does it feel like?
Well,
Represent,
In
mean,
German,
signify.
in German, it's like the word bedeuten. It's like deuten is point at.
Yeah,
So it's like the active verb for pointing at something. So the sentence is so signify is better, I think, than mean
hmm.
because signify, I think, implies that you signify at something, and
Yeah,
with mean, it's like who means what.
yeah,
No, it's more free floating, I think, than signify, right? In a
yeah,
sense.
yeah. It's not. It's not. It's not embodied or predicated upon like the actions of an individual or whatever. It is this kind of diffuse meaning that can be imbued by God. It can also be imbued by a signification or a representation. So yeah, I do think that is good. Hold on, I'm trying to post this on Substack. I should have done that
To them.
2 hours ago before we started. And now I'm trying to do it right now. I need someone to do that for me. I need a social manager.
Yeah, Adam, I get what you mean. That you could represent water, or be water. The point is that it's symbolic.
Mm-hmm.
and that
Mm-hmm.
that it moves from the symbolic representation of elements which are more concrete in nature towards when they speak about the allegorical, that it's already going into the more abstract. I could look up because that's what I thought about. I think Helios is the dawn, right? Or is he the smith?
Uh, Helios.
He's the personification of the sun.
Okay.
But like Apollon carries the sun,
Yep.
Helios is the god of the sun, like weird stuff already happens. Like,
Weird stuff is always happening, and uh, it is this kind of dialectic process of uh, co-creation that's always happening. And it is meaning, it is signification, it is representation, but it's also existence as such, and it's also kind of the kind of being that can be taken for granted. Once again, making recourse to nature, to making recourse to these a priori
mhm.
things that just are, and you can't do anything about it. So it does, but that's weird. That itself is fucking weird. It is weird that we do find ourselves already here. Like,
Yeah,
that's
that
weird.
is that is weird. That is weird. That is weird. And I think that's what I also meant with good is like, why did
Yeah.
people start that? Yeah, that's the big question. Why did people? It could be a blip, it just happened so. But I think the like evolution theory is not utter garbage when it comes to that.
Yep.
There must have been a reason why we were the animals who started to doing all this shit.
Yes.
Um, and I think it comes out of a need. It comes out of an urge.
I think it
Like there
comes.
was an urge.
Yeah. There's a surplus. There's a surplus desire for meaning. There's a surplus desire for context, for a type of justification that gets turned into this really instrumental capital economic justification. But in reality, like it's like, no, I am longing for completion in some way that has to do with meaning. And because uh capital, language, God, magic, like all these things can be thought of as types of technology to kind of satisfy that need, because that need necessary, or that desire, whatever, it just by virtue of the way it works, it cannot be satisfied. And so like we have to be willing to take a step back and say, I am going
Mm-hmm.
to pursue the thing that cannot be caught. And it is
Mm-hmm.
through the pursuit that I will get the satisfaction. But the thing itself can never be caught. So we should never approach anything with this completionist point of view.
And I think that's the abstract.
Ooh,
Like that's
yeah,
the exchange to bring, but that's the exchange value.
yeah, 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 yeah.
That's the to be able to, because I just had this image, like of course I'm imagining myself as like these people I cannot, but I'm still trying. Like there's something, and I get what they mean, because there's something maybe even comforting in like,
Mm.
like they started this with like enlightenment's, what is it again? Enlightenment's purpose was always to um because at first
Oh,
to take away
debase animism or whatever.
to take away to take away the fear from the human
Yeah,
and put them into sovereignty. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in German, it's in German, it's even harder because they say to make them lords, sie
Mm.
als Herren einzusetzen.
Yeah.
Um, and so it's like, okay, you are this half ape creature, and your child is falling into the water and
Mm.
dying, and you cannot really make a sense of this. Like when animals don't really get it in a sense. They get it, but they don't at the same time.
They
And you stand in front of the yeah.
I was good. Like I think they get the animal side of it. Like there is like a simple like I want to say metabolic because that word does a lot of work for me and like my point of
Yeah.
view in my project or whatever. But it's metabolic isn't the right thing, but there is like a very simple like 1+1=2 operation that's going on. Like the
Patterns.
endocrine system, like yeah, like it is a very like it is a mathematic thing, but because there's this like I think it's an open space in the human consciousness or whatever, there is more than the mathematic than the 1+1=2. There's this open space where the emotion of fear starts to set in. It's not the physiological response of fear, adrenaline, and I have to run and catch my baby. I have to run from the tiger. I have to do this. But because there's subjectivity and because there is this like,
Mm-hmm.
from my subjective position, it's going to hurt when the tiger bites me. From my subjective
Yeah.
situation, it's going to make me sad when my baby drowns in the river. Like, so it's a
And
surplus.
in a yeah, and in a sense to say like to get a tool out of this horrible, like I always imagine like how horrible must it have,
Mm-hmm.
like how horrible to say like, okay, we invent something, there must be a spirit, this other guy comes and is like, no, no, there is some power in the water, we have to think about this,
Yeah.
this was already thinking.
Yeah.
This
It's
is the point about, like this it's not savagery in the sense we always associated with this hardcore racist anthropology. We have this like um these half humans in mind,
mm,
and I don't. I always have like, I don't know how the fuck these people were actually behaving,
yeah.
but I know that they were humans and that they were thinking.
Mm,
I think that's what they are getting at. They
mm.
think this through.
Now, so is that transhistoricizing? Is that doing a disservice to modern man?
No, I don't think so, because when they move further along, like I can say that
Mm-hmm.
they couldn't.
Right. 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 Right.
That's the point. Like
Right. Okay.
that's why I say I have no fucking clue how these people were.
Yeah. 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 Okay.
But there was already something happening back then that I can recognize now.
Yeah. 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 That leaves open uh my position on capital, my position on artificial intelligence. It's a position that Mikey and Dave share. It's a position that Elliot Rosenstock kind of vaguely gestured at recently when he responded to Nick Land after Nick Land came on Theory Underground and we talked to him. And it's something that I think I tried to point to when we were talking to Nick Land, but I didn't do a good job. But like subjectivity back then when we were cavemen fighting tigers, there was something different about us. There was necessarily something different about us, or else we wouldn't be here today. Like the reason we came up with all these technologies is because the possibility for history to unfold the way it has existed in the first place. So the future, even back then, was a virtual potential that had to exist, and that potential is predicated on emerging subjectivity or whatever. And so
You.
when people today talk about artificial intelligence and algorithmic intelligence or instrumental reason, or just intelligence in general, Rahul, I talked to him a little bit. I'm looking forward to talking to him about intelligence because he does like machine intelligence, from my understanding. And I am interested in human intelligence. But the thing that he and I both share in common is intelligence itself. So there's this instrumental, machinic, mechanical, arithmetic intelligence, and then there's the soft, squishy human intelligence. And there are people who conflate the two, and I think Nick Land and his brand of accelerationists conflate that, like that arithmetic, algorithmic 1 + 1 always equals 2 type of intelligence with human subjectivity, human consciousness, the human animal, whatever it is. And I think that's not just a horrible mistake, but I think it's like missing the huge part that, like, no, cavemen were already necessarily different from other apes.
Yeah.
And they kind of, within them, they contained the acorn that grew into this giant oak tree of the world that we live in today. But there are people who think machines will never have this type of intelligence. And there are people who think there's no such thing as this type of intelligence, that humans and algorithms already share the same species of intelligence. So there's like, again, people take it all the way down to this binary of machines will never get it, or it doesn't even exist in the first place. There is already no difference between us and the machines. And I think that's just patently false. Like, it is the case that human subjectivity exists. We find ourselves already here.
Yeah. And I mean, finish your thought. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
I also think it's true that machines contain that seed. I think machines have that acorn as well.
Then machines will be nature, like that will be human subjectivity. It's already, like, in this sense, like that's where I think, like, you can imagine this this mega otherness in a very megalomaniac way, because it's very grandstanding. It's very magical, exactly in the way it's mythologizing. And maybe in a sense it's also like unreason in this sense, because it mythologizes this this movement. It fetishizes this pretty stupid 1 + 1 = 2, and we can reduce everything to this, which is actually pretty stupid.
Yeah.
The uniformity, and out of the uniformity you imagine something representing radical otherness for you. For you, it is a human that's thinking about it, and it is it's humans who's building it.
Yeah.
This will be nature. There is no way to disentangle this. That is already the dialectic. The dialectic is already in dead capital, living capital. That's already there.
Yeah.
They are connected.
So I just got really excited. And the part of my brain that's dedicated to Heidegger, the neurons started firing, because I think he gets this wrong. I think he makes a hard distinction between the world and technology. And I just realized I make no distinction. Just as man is part of nature, technology is part of man. So I don't know. But the Heidegger part of my brain, just the neurons started firing because I think in framing or technology, you know, is a type of human metabolic activity or the result of a certain type of human activity in the world. But it's not the only kind of activity.
No.
In this totalized totalitarian world, it becomes the only type of activity to us. And in this way, because this type of power, this type of instrumental activity is self-defeating, I think it is,
Yes.
if we don't escape, we will extinguish the human spark. And the world we live in today is that totalized totalitarian world. But I think I always go back to, like, I think there are avenues of escape, and they involve, earlier someone in the chat said, let's get some of that purpose without a purpose, or whatever, that like purposeful behavior without a purpose, or this kind of non-instrumentalized, deliberate, like, action can be deliberate, and action can be fulfilling, and action can be intentional, but it doesn't have to be instrumentalized. It does, like, you don't have to do the self-defeating thing. And
I'm pretty sure that they're also criticizing Heidegger here.
It sounds like
they
it to
have
me.
read
That's
him.
Yeah.
It is. I think that's part of the project.
It
they
seems
reference
like
him,
it. Yeah.
They reference him later on. They reference him pretty pointedly.
Yeah.
And they do criticize him.
Yeah.
And I mean, while reading, now that you brought it up, I think about that too, because like, it seems like they only criticize domination in the sense like being anti-domination, which they are, but I think they are not stopping to be dialectical about the domination. That it's not only that they emphasize this really heavily because they come from a time where the contradiction in the Nazis, in the fascist ideology of progress, this was super evident, you know. On the one hand, they say we will build the fastest cars that have ever rode on a street, you know, like futurismo. Everything is like speed, industry. Yeah, and at the same time, they say like, but our German roots, and we have to find our Aryan
Lebensraum, blah blah blah.
Yeah, and so they say, you think this contradiction, which is evident, seems like it's something apart, but it's the same thing, actually.
Yes, it is the same thing. I just realized I want to write something titled Accelerando et Lebensraum.
That's awesome title.
Yeah. Because that is that tension, that is a contradiction, and I think a lot of people think fascism is just for stupid people, and they point to all these contradictions, because fascism is, I think, full of contradictions. Everything is full of contradictions, however, but like people point at fascism and say, well, look at them, what are they doing? The Jew is both weak and pitiful and also the most powerful evil thing in the world, and they think that's a defeater for the intelligent person. And so a lot of people today will kind of dismiss fascism, or say, you know, either we're in no danger because we move beyond it, or we are in danger because people are idiots, and because they're idiots, they fall for fascism. And it's like, fascism is not for idiots. Just because it's built on contradictions doesn't mean it's for idiots, because guess what, homie? Your worldview is also built of contradictions. We are the contradiction of the universe itself. But that contradiction, the acceleration versus authenticity, we'll call it, right? Like the future versus the past, That's a huge contradiction in fascism, but I think that's why fascism works so well, because it was
Yes.
so timely. That was the response to the postmodern world that we found ourselves living in. The answer came in an answer came in the form of fascism saying, this is our tension. This is the contradiction we
Yes.
are upholding. Whereas here in America, which, again, not to be too sensational, I don't see a huge difference between America and fascism. But I know there is a huge difference, right? Because the Holocaust was real and human suffering, like all these things
Yeah.
are real. But as far as like institutionally and instrumentally,
Yeah.
I think fascism and American liberalism are the same vehicle.
Yeah.
But the answer, the German answer was acceleration versus authenticity, and the American answer was safety versus liberty, or something like that, like protectionism versus liberty, ultimate freedom.
Yeah.
So it's just different
And more,
signifiers to say the same thing.
and I mean more, I mean in both cases, it was more power to the state, right? Like
Yeah.
FDR
Necessarily.
was that,
Necessarily.
necessarily more power to the state. And I think the only thing where it's like where the Nazis move into unreason, where they are not smart in a sense, is, and where it becomes weirdly pathological, is that they killed all the Jews.
Oh,
That it was
they
not enough,
deprived themselves. They deprived
yeah, and
themselves of the scapegoat.
they already. Now I think it's like, yes, that too, but they there were already no more Jews in Germany. They put them all into the camps and they fled.
Mm-hmm.
And then they started there are people who say they always had this plan and it was part of their ideology, and then they started to the extermination in the grand scheme.
Okay.
But it was unnecessary. It was wasteful.
It was post hoc. It was excess.
Yeah, they didn't do like the smart capitalist fascist Nazi would have said, "Hey, these people can work. We can enslave them forever." But they didn't do that. It went further than that.
So that might be, or is, an interesting point of distinction between American liberalism and German fascism, because American liberalism does put people in this helpless position.
Yes.
But it says,
yes,
we are going to be efficient, and they are already stultified, and they already can do no harm to us. So let's just allow this planned obsolescence to deal with the undesirables and the unworthies. And we still see this today, and it's even celebrated today. I just saw another YouTube essay video documentary about 19-year-old kids killing each other in Chicago because that's just the world that they live in, and it's celebrated. And look at these brave young men telling us how hard they have it, and it's so disgusting, and people like get off on these young people murdering each other and killing themselves and destroying their lives and throwing their future away, and it's been so romanticized. But it is also true that that's a necessary constitutive part of American, the world that we live in, the world that Kamala Harris was so proud of, and she was so happy to say, yes, we are good, we are America, Donald Trump is a fascist. Her world that she celebrates is still predicated on the fucking horrors and tragedies happening in the world today. So that is a point of distinction between German fascism and American liberalism. American liberalism doesn't do that excessive expenditure, whereas the fascists
and in a sense, yes, and in a sense, that's also the only, I think, it's dialectical because it's the only redeeming quality.
Oof.
And it's the worst quality.
Absolutely.
Because at least, it's like, what do we value more? I would say, like, at least I have my life.
Yep.
I can still do things. I'm not so totalized that I'm totalized into death, into the camp, into completely gone. Like at least they give me this destituted veneer where I can say, I can still read a book.
Yep.
That's the point.
Well, and it's not entirely, it's not just ideology. It is also concrete. It is true that at least we are free to do what we're doing. And that we're both genuinely engaged in this, and I believe this is productive, and like we are co-creating a space, and this is real. Whereas, yes, it's also this ideological thing of like, well, at least I have my freedom, God, guns, and liberty. Like, there's that element of it, but also I think it's important to not miss out on the concreticity of what we are doing. And I think I tend to dismiss it as it's all pseudo activity. It's all spectacle. But it's not. Like, we are dedicated and involved, and like we are productively doing something. It's real. We can't deny it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I have one question. Weird Solowski, you asked, could they be in a Kluge? Does that speak to what's happening? I don't know what you mean. Do you mean eine Kugel? Is it a Klack? I don't know and understand really what you mean. If you could write it again in the chat, or do I not get something?
Kluge?
Eine Kluge.
Let me Google that and see what that is.
No, don't.
Dear Google. Oh shit, my phone started listening. It's
Yes, master. Tell me.
Can you hear it?
Check your app permissions. See which apps have access to your microphone. Turn off your microphone. Go to your phone settings and disable microphone access for all apps or just specific ones. Restart your phone. This can sometimes resolve temporary glitches. Update your phone's software. Make sure you have the latest security updates installed.
Shut up. Okay. I don't want you to keep. How you stop?
Last resort option, but it can help if you suspect malware.
It must be a god.
Yeah. We found God.
We found him. This is the river spirit.
Yeah. It is interesting how we tend to do a strange type of, I don't know, animism or projection or something with our devices and with the internet itself when we make reference to the internet and, devices and social media. Like, that becomes a new diffuse land spirit.
Like it wouldn't be us doing it, like all our social activities enabling this to happen. Like, it's just there.
Yeah.
The
but
internet.
it's that weird operation of projection, abstraction, deconstruction, reification.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like we have power over that, but we get caught in a cycle, and when it becomes ideology is when it like concretizes, and it starts to take control, and it starts to make the decisions rather than us. And that's why it's not good as such, capital G, but it is necessary, because without it we would be frozen in time and space. But Solowski responded, in terms of who is critiqued here, Kluge I believe, is basically an old mess, like the U.S. internet infrastructure versus the new, simpler, faster Korean infrastructure. In other words, the dead weight. So would that be like a old mess? I don't know. I like that phrasing, Solowski.
I don't understand what Kluge is. What is Kluge? Is it a dude?
Oh yeah, let's see. Is Kluge a dude, or is it just a word for?
It's I know. I think I know. Let me check.
Okay, Kluge is a neuter noun. What is that? Is a noun. It's neuter. It can be feminine or masculine. What does Kluge mean? Work around or makes this solution that is clumsy, inelegant, inefficient, difficult to extend, and hard to maintain. So would it suffice to just say like we're in a shitstorm? A word for an overcomplicated system. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I like that. That's like well, like a shitstorm or a shit show.
Yeah.
Or like a circle jerk. Like we're caught up in this knot, this Gordian knot. Like it's so overcomplicated, it's so inefficient, it's so insufficient to the task at hand, but it's where we are. And so we're here and we need to get here. We can't disavow where we're starting from. Like we have to deal with where we are now, but we can't get caught in the dealing with where we are now because we want to get here. Yeah.
I think in a sense like the totalitarian society is that for them, I would say, but I think it's that for them necessarily.
Yeah.
Because no one is doing the revolution. So like in the moment that like capitalism is in a sense not realized, capital is not realized.
Yep.
So we are stuck, and in this decadence, in this overripeness of capital, that it's actually possible to sublate it, but it's not done.
Yep.
In a sense, which gets at in all the weird fuckery of necessity and what is necessary and history,
contingency, and
contingency. Who's to blame? Is the idea wrong? And in that situation, the totalitarian society, the total society, comes up, which is everything, global everything.
Solowski says it's Rube Goldberg due to clutter being history. I love that. Solowski, I love Rube Goldberg machines. I love using them as metaphors or analogies, and I think that's spot on. And history being the clutter that's gumming up the works of this overcomplicated Rube Goldberg machine. I would even say it goes beyond just history, like it's ideology and it's society itself and it's technologies and it's man's relation to all of these things is getting in the way. Like we're doing the thinking, but we're letting that get in the way of doing the thinking about the thinking or something.
I think, in a sense, yes. Do you want to continue reading? Because if I don't smoke the cigarette, I'm gonna fucking explode.
All right, where are we?
In view of the unity of this ratio. In view of the unity of this ratio.
In view of the unity of this ratio, the divorcement between God and man dwindles to the degree of irrelevancy to which unswervable reason has drawn attention since even the earliest critique of Homer. The creative God and the systematic spirit are alike as rulers of nature. Man's likeness to God consists in sovereignty over existence, in the countenance of the Lord and Master, and in command. And laws, universalized crime. Rulers rule by God's grace. Eminent domain. And all these things, and all these things, and on and on. So, myth turns into enlightenment, and nature into mere objectivity. Men pay for the increase of their power with alienation from that over which they exercise their power. Enlightenment behaves toward things as a dictator toward men. He knows them insofar as he can manipulate them. The man of science knows things insofar as he can make them. In this way, their potentiality is turned to his own ends. In the metamorphosis, the nature of things, as a substratum of domination, is revealed as always the same. This identity constitutes the unity of nature. It is a presupposition of the magical invocation as little as the unity of the subject. The shaman's rites were directed to the wind, the rain, the serpent without, or the demon in the sick man, but not to materials or specimens. Magic was not ordered by one identical spirit. It changed like the cultic masks which were supposed to accord with the various spirits. Magic is utterly untrue, yet in it, domination is not yet negated by transforming itself into the pure truth and acting as the very ground of the world that has become subject to it. The magician imitates demons in order to frighten them or to appease them. He behaves frighteningly or makes gestures of appeasement. Even though his task is impersonation, he never conceives of himself as does the civilized man, for whom the unpretentious preserves of the happy hunting grounds become the unified cosmos, the inclusive concept for all possibilities of plunder. The magician never interprets himself as the image of the invisible power, yet this is the very image in which man attains to the identity of self that cannot disappear through identification with another, but takes possession of itself once and for all as an impenetrable mask. It is the identity of the spirit. Yeah, dude. It is the identity of the spirit and its correlate, the unity of nature, to which the multiplicity of qualities falls victim. Disqualified nature becomes the chaotic matter of mere classification, and the all-powerful self becomes mere possession. Abstract identity. In magic, there is specific representation. What happens to the enemy's spear, hair, or name also happens to the individual. The sacrificial animal is massacred instead of the god. Substitution in the course of sacrifice marks a step toward discursive logic and fungibility and capitalism as such. Even though the hind offered up for the daughter and the lamb for the firstborn still had to have specific qualities, they already represented the species. They already exhibited the non-specificity of the example. But the holiness of the hic et nunc, the uniqueness of the chosen one into which the representative enters, radically marks it off and makes it unfit for exchange. Science prepares the end of this state of affairs. In science, there is no specific representation, and if there are no sacrificial animals, there is no God. Representation is exchanged for the fungible, universal interchangeability. An atom is smashed not in representation, but as a specimen of matter. And the rabbit does not represent, but, as a mere example, is virtually ignored by the zeal of the laboratory. Because the distinctions in functional science are so fluid that everything is subsumed in the same matter, the scientific object is petrified, and the fixed ritual of former times appear flexible because it is attributed the other to the one. The world of magic retained distinctions whose traces have disappeared even in linguistic form. The multitudinous affinities between existents are suppressed by the single relation between the subject who bestows meaning and the meaningless object, between rational significance and the chance vehicle of significance. On the magical plane, dream and image were not mere signs for the thing in question, but were bound up with it by similarity or names. The relation is one not of intention, but of relatedness. Like science, magic pursues aims, but seeks to achieve them by mimesis, not by progressively distancing itself from the object. It is not grounded in the sovereignty of ideas, which the primitive, like the neurotic, is said to ascribe to himself, there can be no over-evaluation of mental processes against reality, where there is no radical distinction between thoughts and reality. The unshakable confidence in the possibility of world domination, which Freud anachronistically ascribes to magic, corresponds to realistic world domination only in terms of a more skilled science. The replacement of the milieu-bound practices of the medicine man by an all-inclusive industrial technology required first of all the autonomy of ideas in regard to objects that was achieved in the reality-adjusted ego. Damn, the reality-adjusted ego.
Hic and Nunc means here and yet, here and now.
Okay.
In the here and now. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's fungibility. That's representation by abstraction as opposed to representation by predication or singularity.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, they reference mouse here. I think they don't cite him, but this is the whole part about like the meaning on the meaningless object between rational significance and the chance vehicle of significance, which is the, I think, signifier and signified too, where they say this is a process where they were bound up with each other still. In magic.
Yeah.
In magic, there's always this like this weird unfungible that you have to appease to. You know, that's why you cannot do the same spell for the same fire. It has to be a specific spell. You have to do a specific offering of your hair or the hair of the first virgin born on the 6th moon. And in our village, this was Laureate. And you know, Laureate, you have to give up your hair to the shaman now. Otherwise, the crops will be fucked.
We'll all starve to death.
We'll all starve to death. Sorry.
It's, I think... I don't know. I was gonna take a leap, but I don't think I want to take that leap yet. But maybe I'll foreshadow that leap and say I think Benjamin and the aura of originality is very pertinent here when it comes to particularity, and like the relation of things coming from like the things themselves rather than coming from this abstracted essentializing that with mechanical reproduction everything became an abstraction. Like we lost particularity with mechanical reproduction. We lost singularity. We lost thingness with mechanical reproduction. Everything became an abstraction. Like everything was just a reproduction of things that were, you know, these reified categories and these reified commodities and objects in the world. So now the part of my brain that deals with Benjamin is also starting to warm up. But it is the case that I want some enchantment. I want to live in an enchanted world. And maybe that's confusing language to use. And again, I always have to do the little caveat. I'm coming at this from an atheist point of view that I don't like. I'm not I don't come down hard on that issue. I don't believe it, but I also leave room for it because I don't disbelieve it either. Right. So it's
me too.
It's a dispassionate
agnostic as well.
Yeah. Like it's just,
whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I think I can make my world work. I think I approach my world from a material or an atheist point of view, but I think I can incorporate divinity and all that into it. I think I can anyway, and I don't want to offend anybody at all. But I understand that it can be confusing to say things like I want to live in an enchanted world once again, but that enchantment has to do with objects of use as opposed to use values.
Yes. Maybe it would have to be to stick a little Marxist flag again in the ground is like the administration of things, you know,
Yes,
like
yeah.
that it's like I don't think we can go back. This has already happened. We come out of this scientific of this whole movement. I think that what they describe here, this singular relationship, it is gone in this sense. We can find something else.
Something else.
If it would be
yes.
enchantment, it would be a different enchantment with the world.
Well, and I think
which I think has more to do with subjectivity.
Yes.
And which I would say is also more it's free.
Yeah.
Because what and we can do it Deleuze and Guattarian, you know, you live in this community, and it's like I just said, like Gloriette has to give up her fucking hair. And she is like, that's what they say when they say, like, in the myth and in the magic, there's already this movement of enlightenment happening.
Yeah.
I mean, like these were times when the one of the worst punishments for people were that they got banished from the community.
Dude,
because your whole world, like everything, fucking was ripped away from you.
Yeah.
You were nothing in this situation.
Isn't it crazy that now we live largely and generally in self-imposed banishment? We don't live in the social, or maybe you're doing D&G, maybe even the socius. Like the socius used to be life affirming. The socius used to be where you got your identity from, right? Like you got your identity in reference to concrete others. And like the social used to fill out your identity. And to be threatened with banishment was a death. It was a death more concrete than the demise of the body, right? Like, because it was horrifying, because then you had to spend the rest of your days in isolation. And you could, or you would physically die. You would reach your demise sooner because you would starve or freeze or get eaten by a tiger or whatever. But the real horror was doing all that in isolation. Social death was more terrifying than the physical demise. And I think it still is, although we've definitely come into a new relation to that. But nowadays, people tend to live in this self-imposed banishment where we do isolate. And it is all about how much time can I spend clicking the screen on my phone, and how much, and like we seek out this type of engagement in the form of likes, or in the form of retweets, or in the form of superficial validation of our like solipsistic identity online, when it is the case that I could just go outside and talk to somebody.
Yeah. And would it be maybe a strange thing to do, or the other person would or the other person would gladly? I tried to make a habit out of it, to be like, to try it. And it's weird. I try to be like, even if it's these little social interactions, I try to kind of get out of. I often do it with cashiers, that I look at them and I really try to say to them, like, have a good shift.
Yeah.
And I mean it. It's not just like blah blah blah, good shift. I really think, I hope they don't make you stack the boxes, the heavy boxes before you can go home. Have a good shift.
I do seek out those human moments, and I think it's important. And I think part of trying to do Theory Underground in the way that we're trying to do it, where we're trying to like force a different connection, where yes, we do so much shit online, and so much of this shit happens only on the internet, not just only because of the internet, but only on the internet, because we are like communicating globally and trying to do this, but also like when we have the opportunity to go out and interface with like the real world, like that's also a huge part of it. And it's not just traveling with other like-minded people and doing talks and collaborating. There also is like reading books in public. Like that's an awkward thing to do, but it's like a necessary part of what we're doing. Is like I am now going to go outside and perform for these strangers. I'm going to read Marshall McLuhan. I'm going to read Baudrillard. And I'm not going to read it quietly and timidly. I'm going to say it with my chest, and I'm going to be loud, and I'm going to make sure they hear me. But trying not to be offensive. But it forces a type of discomfort sometimes. But it's because it's resisting that tendency to do this self-imposed social banishment.
And you make a contradiction in the public visible, right? It's that's like the public is not used for, it cannot be used for what it actually is, or it so happens that people don't do it, which is exactly that, speakers corners and interacting with other people who are there, and like man. But the question is like, for me it's always like, why do people do that, like, and that relates it back to time energy. That's like that like exploitation and energy, it's so encompassing. And I lately I also wonder about like, how economical is it? I started to think about the economy of time energy again, because I listened to a TV interview with Adorno and Eugen, I think is his name. He was a conservative sociologist in Germany around that time in the 1960s, late 1960s. And this Eugen, he makes big like institutions like the marriage and the church, and he tries to uphold institutions. And Adorno is like, but like these student marriages, I'm not so much for that. Because can we not think about like, why do these people have to marry so early? What is it in our society that makes it so oppressive that these young people have to settle down right now? Like, and I found that a really interesting point. I thought like that is interesting. Even like, this is 50 years ago, right? Like, what do I mean with this? Where do I want to take it? I think that like with inflation and recession and the constant de-evaluation of labor power, the constant de-evaluation, it becomes so hard to live, like that it takes up most of your time and your energy, because it's harder to live this. It's just, look at rent. Like, I don't know, you're lucky if like half your paycheck is spent on rent, then you're lucky. If you're unlucky, it's more.
My fucking rent is so expensive. I was just actually today, I was fucking angry because it's holiday time and everybody wants presents. And I don't fucking care.
Of course.
I'm like, fuck all you motherfuckers. You're not getting shit from me. But I also like, look, of course I'm gonna buy the kids some shit, definitely. But I'm not gonna buy anyone else anything. And I told everybody, I was like, don't buy me anything this year. or ever again because I'm sick and fucking tired. It's so expensive. Even if I were to do nothing, even if I decided, all right, this is it, I'm going to starve myself to death over the next 3 weeks or however long it would take for that to happen, it would still cost an insane amount of money just because like I live in a house, and like even if I decided right now to just stop all my consumption, it would still be so fucking expensive just to wake up in the morning. And that, like, that's the boat we all of us, like, we all find ourselves in this. It's prohibitively expensive to be a human.
Yeah.
The proper response to the world we live in today is to just be the instrument and to stop fighting back, because it's so costly to try and be this resolute, enthusiastic human. And there are so many people that can't afford it, literally can't afford to fight for these things and to pursue these things, right? These things that we know will never pay off in this economic sense. The payoff is in the doing of the thing itself rather than the solution or the final product that the doing of the thing will engender. The overwhelming majority of people cannot do these types of activities, and it's just, I don't know, man. I often do find myself really sitting in that tension of I can't. I can't. I don't know. The world is such a fucking crazy Rube Goldberg machine, right? It's this inhuman contraption of exploitation and suffering, and exploitation and suffering and exploitation and suffering, and it's, dude, I don't know. I want to live in the utopia, right? But it's up to people like us who are convinced that there is a better world out there to bring it about.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and maybe, I don't know. I have a bunch of places that I flee into when I think these thoughts.
Yeah.
You know, that they are like my little happy places in hell.
Yeah.
But of course, one of the guys we are reading, Adorno, said there's no right way in the wrong. There's no right life in the wrong. It's of course, but with our limited time on this planet, let's where we
as a linguistically expressed totality.
As a linguistically expressed totality whose claim to truth suppresses the older mythic belief, the national religion or patriarchal solar myth is itself an enlightenment with which the philosophic form can compare itself on the same level. And now it has its requital. Mythology itself set off the unending process of enlightenment in which ever and again, with the inevitability of necessity, every specific theoretic view succumbs to the destructive criticism that it is only a belief, until even the very notion of spirit, of truth, and indeed enlightenment itself have become animistic magic. The principle of fatal necessity, which brings low the heroes of myth and derives as a logical consequence from the pronouncement of the oracle, does not merely, when refined to the stringency of formal logic, rule in every rationalistic system of Western philosophy, but itself dominates the series of systems which begins with the hierarchy of the gods and, in a permanent twilight of the idols, hands down an identical content: anger against insufficient righteousness. Just as the myths already realize enlightenment, so enlightenment with every step becomes more deeply engulfed in mythology. It receives all its matter from the myths in order to destroy them, And even as a judge, it comes under the mythic curse. It wishes to extricate itself from the process of fate and retribution, while exercising retribution on that process. In the myth, everything that happens must atone for having happened. And so it is in enlightenment. The fact becomes null and void and might as well not have happened. The doctrine of the equivalence of action and reaction asserted the power of repetition over reality, long after man had renounced the illusion that by repetition that they could identify themselves with the repeated reality and thus escape its power. But as the magical illusion fades away, the more relentlessly, in the name of law, repetition imprisons man in the cycle. That cycle, whose objectification in the form of natural law he imagines will ensure his action as a free subject. The principle of immanence, the explanation of every event as repetition, that the Enlightenment upholds against the mythic imagination, is the principle of myth itself. That arid wisdom that holds there is nothing new under the sun, because all the pieces in the meaningless game have been played, and all the great thoughts have already been thought, and because all possible discoveries can be construed in advance, and all men are decided on adaptation as the means to self-preservation. That dry sagacity merely reproduces the fantastic wisdom that it supposedly rejects, the sanction of fate, that in retribution relentlessly remakes what has already been. What was different is equalized. That is the verdict which critically determines the limits of possible experience. The identity of everything with everything else is paid for in that nothing may at the same time be identical with itself. Enlightenment dissolves the injustice of the old inequality, unmediated lordship and mastery, but at the same time perpetuates it in universal mediation, in the relation of any one existent to any other. It does what Kierkegaard praises his Protestant ethic for, and what in the Heraclean epic cycle is one of the primal images of mythic power. It exercises the incommensurable. Not only are qualities dissolved in thought, but men are brought to actual conformity. The blessing that the market does not inquire after one's birth is paid for by the barterer in that he models the potentialities that are his by birth on the production of the commodities that can be bought in the market. Men were given their individuality as unique in each case, different to all others, so that it might all the more surely be made the same as any other.
Fuck.
But because the unique self never wholly disappeared, even after the liberalistic epoch, the Enlightenment has always sympathized with the social impulse. The unity of the manipulated collective consists in the negation of each individual. For individuality makes a mockery of the kind of society which would turn all individuals to the one collectivity. The horde, which so assuredly appears in the organization of the Hitler Youth, is not a return to barbarism, but a triumph of repressive equality. The disclosure through peers of the parity of the right to injustice. The phony fascist mythology is shown to be the genuine myth of antiquity, insofar as the genuine one saw retribution, whereas the false one blindly doles it out to the sacrifices. Every attempt to break the natural thraldom, because nature is broken, enters all the more deeply into that natural enslavement. Hence the course of European civilization. Abstraction, the tool of enlightenment, treats its object as did fate, the notion of which it rejects. It liquidates them. Under the leveling domination of abstraction, which makes everything in nature repeatable, and of industry, for which abstraction ordains repetition, the freedom themselves finally came to form that herd, which Hegel has declared to be the result of the Enlightenment. That was dense. That was rich.
Yeah, that was really good. Really good. And I think it, dear internet, before we went live, we were having a really good conversation. And it was far ranging, far and wide. But also, like, I'm noticing a lot of the themes that you and I were talking about, that, like, just as a course of, like, our discourse that we have going on already, like, I don't know, I think we did cast a spell, and
Yeah.
and because we cast this spell, that's why we're reading this. Just going back to the collectivity and the individual, and like this kind of magic, reification, fate, like all this stuff. And it was very dense, and there's a lot of words here, and I can imagine not getting any of that. Like, I can imagine reading that that long paragraph and feeling like, oh, they're really saying a lot, but nothing is really clicking. So rest assured, internet, this book is not going anywhere. Come back to it time and time again, and it will never let you down. I think there's just so much going on.
Yeah.
But it has, I mean, like right now specifically, I think in many ways I feel like a futility, or like a, why are we doing, why am I doing this? What am I doing? Why am I doing any of this? It is fucking futile. We live in postmodern hell. Nothing is real. Nothing matters anymore. Woe is me. Rah. Like, I feel that deeply. I feel that in my fucking bones right now. And I think this is like a call. This is a call. And I think answering that call is, yes, we are alienated from the thing itself, and it's through our pursuit of the thing that we, like, the pursuit is itself made possible, but we are also already necessarily alienated from it. Like, it's all this stuff, and it's like we are caught up in this weird Ouroboros of, like, alienation, activity. And we are being led around by the dick by capital right now. And we want to live in a world where we lead capital around by the dick.
Yeah.
And it takes people doing the thing and maybe confronting those terrifying emotions of, like, what the fuck am I doing? What is any of this for? Like, that's maybe a particular thing that we will all have to face. But I do believe it is true that, like, it's through doing that then we can bring about conditions of possibility to finally reap the rewards of what we sowed or whatever.
And I mean, they're hardcore, right? Like, this is like the aspect where I think, like, critical theory, Marxism can be this kind of, like, hardcore in the sense of, like, no, it's you. You are implicated in all of this. Yeah. There is no easy peasy Proudhonian, Bakunian, anarchisty cushion where you can say, oh, well, the farmers. And it's like, no, that's already the process is
Yeah.
already happening there.
Yeah.
There is no outside to this. There's no it is the process itself.
Yeah. But
And yeah.
Is that a utilitarian process, or is it an emergent magical process? I think that's it. I think it has the potential to be magical or to be utilitarian, and I think that's where we need to come down on the side of magic, in order to resist this kind of utilitarian, because it could become just this process. It could become the donkey sucking its own dick.
But how do you make the distinction?
Intentionality, care.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Like we have always to refer back to that, in a sense.
Yep.
Like I would even say referring back to what you said earlier with enchantment, I can understand that. And of course we can not be anything more than what we are right now in this world. I think that's the thing. But I think at the same time it's interesting as people who like thinking, about like that. Of course it will have to necessarily change,
Yes.
And I don't mean that in the sense of like saying I'm in the position to say whatever fuck cultural issue it is, whatever on the plethora, pick the worst. Imagine that I am on that position. I really like that Dave said that lately to Benjamin Studebaker. Imagine that. But that this discussion will necessarily change, like the perception we have now. And I think that's my point why I wanted to read it, because I think they make the claim that they say even postmodernism is implicated in this process.
Yep.
And so that's the question where I'm like, when I'm critiquing it, where I'm like, what are the conditions for postmodernity?
Well,
why does it appear us that we have to pay this due, because they put it in these frames, like redemption and its fate, and it appears like post-structuralism, postmodernism, what is truth, everything is discourse, that it's like a verdict in a sense.
Judgment.
That the discourse itself tells you but that's not possible, like in a sense that we are punished, in a sense,
or we're doing a self-flagellation. We're doing like a performative self-flagellation rather than just getting on with the business of like doing the thing. We're doing this apologia for why we can't do the thing. Dude, it feels, I don't know. It feels radical as fuck, and we don't like radicals, but but no, in the sense of like it's putting the ball in your court, while it's implicating you and it's saying you are guilty. It's also saying you are also freed up, because like you are the conditions of possibility for this. And it's necessarily in concert with nature and God and the social and all these other things. But it's saying you're also there too, whereas in the world that we live in, it's like we are eradicated by our function. Like because we play a role and we serve a function, our subjectivity and our singularity gets eradicated. And so we are no longer in relation to God and nature and the world. Just the fungible token of man takes the place in that equation. And I think it is radical to undo that substitution and say, I am not fungible, and you are not fungible, and you out there on the internet are not fungible. I think that's radical, and maybe that's the most radical thing, and maybe that's the only type of like radical thought that I'm willing to entertain, at least right now, because it does center the human once again, rather than centering a signifier or history or the right side of history or whatever.
Yeah. 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 I mean, but isn't that what emancipation is about?
I think so.
To say like this is where it's like, because of course they say like, why do they critique enlightenment? Of course they do it because it brought about the bourgeois revolution,
Yeah.
which was freedom, which did away with the old power structures, or pushed them into a position where they could not be the totalizing force anymore.
Yeah.
And so they criticize the attempt at emancipation itself.
Yeah.
And they do that in a situation where they're like, okay, we don't like these fascists. We don't like USA. What's on offer else? We are Marxists. Oh, there's the Soviet Union. We don't like these fucking totalitarian assholes.
Yeah.
What the fuck should we do? Like last night I read their exchange about if they want to start a party or write a manifesto. They thought about like writing. It's the most real shit I have read in a long time. Like these two guys, like they don't have the answers either.
Yeah.
They problematize this themselves. They are both like, for anyone, if you read it, it's great.
Hell yeah.
Platypus, I think, has it on their site. You can find it.
I'm gonna check that out. Maybe tonight. Maybe I'll read that tonight.
Dude, he's like at some point they're like, yeah, but when we only do theory because it's nice to do it, then we can just become liberal bourgeois professors, and that's it. Yeah, they really face themselves like that, like
hell yeah. I was gonna make a comment about Catrone, but I like Catrone a lot, so I'm not gonna make.
Oh, you wanted to do it? Okay.
I was gonna make a shitty comment just to be provocative, because Chris Catrone himself is a provocative man, but I think he does it better. I think I'm not so good at being intentionally provocative. I think I'm good at stumbling into provocation.
Yeah, it's like it's an art form, but it is an art form. But I think maybe the more white trash way, as I know it, is to stumble into it and be like, and then blinking and be like, "This was not okay, guys. I thought we are all shitting on each other." Like, why?
You reach that moment of inversion when it's like, oh shit, did I break the relation? Like, did I fuck up? That insecurity, that tension, that's a class.
No, but if you have
it is.
But if you have a critique, like, I would like to hear it, because like, I don't know, he kind of is the USA Adorno guy in some circles.
He is, and I guess over the past several months, I'm just becoming more and more convinced that I can't sidestep Adorno. And I think a few months ago, I did a deep dive into Benjamin, and I'm glad I did, because I think it added a lot to, I guess, my position or point of view or whatever. And I'm coming to learn, or coming to understand, I guess, like I do have to read this seriously. I do have to grapple with Frankfurt School. You can't just vaguely gesture, oh yeah, Frankfurt School. Like, you have to, like, you actually do have to read.
Like everybody does.
Yeah.
Frankfurt School. I just feel like everybody is like,
well, and even on,
of course,
like not conservatives, but like some people, like reactionaries on the internet, will make reference to the Frankfurt School, but they'll call it like the Franklin School. Like, I heard one guy talk about like cultural Marxists and the Franklin School, and I was like, what are you doing, dude? Like, nobody knows. Like, It is postmodernity when we can have like wide, broad, vibrant social and political movements that are predicated on the Frank Lin school or the hatred of the Frank Lin school.
Yeah.
Like
Franklin school.
you don't even have to you don't have to tarry, you don't have to dwell. You can just vaguely gesture at the straw man, but that's efficacious. Like that is postmodernity. That is the postmodern condition. And that's why
that's true. That's a good point.
I want to defend postmodernism, or my version of postmodernism, which is almost the exact opposite of what gets called postmodernism, right? Because postmodernism was always this critique of the postmodern condition. And it was always saying, like, you guys think we're so high and mighty and we're living in modernity and we are the peak of enlightenment and we are free and we are emancipated and look at the bourgeois freedom that we have in our hands. Postmodernity was always saying, yeah, but it's all bullshit. And let me try to explain to you why and how it's all bullshit. So that's the version of postmodernity that I champion. That's the pale horse that I ride in on. But you do have to actually read books and know what you're talking about in order to be able to talk about things. I do get to get away with a lot because I could just say, well, I'm a postmodernist, so it doesn't really matter to me. I don't have to read your books. It's all bullshit.
Checkmate. Checkmate, you fucking Marxist.
But
have you read Baudrillard? Checkmate.
Yeah. How about you read some Baudrillard, some Berlioz, some Debord? And look, these guys are my ultimate. But so is Benjamin, and Adorno is also coming to make his way up on my Mount Rushmore as well. So I think it's good. I do kind of want to. How much more time do you got?
I have time, man.
Okay.
My plans for this Friday is you.
Hell yeah.
I wanted to two things. But if you want to sidestep it, you just have to say it openly because I'm this kind of autistic person who cannot read social cues so good. Because I didn't get really Catrone's, like your critique on Crotone. Like, what was the
I don't even know.
The thought you had. I'm interested in your thought. Like, and I think you can give it to him. I think he dishes out pretty high stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
Like,
well, and I don't know, a few weeks ago I started thinking and started writing to him. I guess the only thing that there's a level of certainty that to me almost feels like a transhistoricization of some things that I just am wary of. But I also understand that, like, for the purposes of this book and for the purposes of many things, it's a methodological thing. And it's like, well, we're just going to take this as certain so we can allow this other thing to unfold.
Yeah.
And I think Catrone is aware of that. I think he's aware of what he's bracketing and when and how he's bracketing it. There's also sometimes that I think he's wrong. I think he fetishizes, like, the gendarmes. Like he puts too much emphasis on the special bodies of armed men and this kind of modern iteration of the state that I think allows or enables him to, I don't know, do some weird kind of transhistoricization of, like, bourgeois ideology.
Okay. I see the fault line now.
Yeah, but
I see the.
But that's for me. That's an open question, and it's an open line of conversation. It's not that I'm saying, Chris, you're wrong. I'm saying, okay, I kind of see where you're going. I'll sit here and I'll listen and I'll take notes. And these are one of the questions that I have in mind as I'm privy to the unfolding of the conversation. So it's not that I have any problems at all.
Yeah, but that would be interesting to think about, like to to rephrase it a bit, like how I got it.
Yeah.
Like to say like, okay, Bonaparte state, yada yada, right? Like special bodies of armed men. Um, how do we take this as like a monolithic thing?
Yep.
That like the Bonaparte state always, the capitalist state always operates in the same way, or can this change in the process of? I would take it as the process of barbarization.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can we get so barbarized um, as society in the sense of decadence? Yes, something is not attained, something is not sublated, and so, like, where does this is capitalism just being trapped in like a time box and there's no time happening, or are we moving forward? And I'm undecided on the question, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure. I'm still not sure if I would say the internet is, if I put it in the way that Adorno and Horkheimer did it with the compass.
Yeah.
Where I say like this is just a postal service, but specialized.
No, I do think it is true that things have changed. So we have moved in time. We're not just trapped in the time box. And I think Catrone is quick to say that, like, we are kind of frozen in time. But look, going back to even this conversation where we talked about change and like projection and how looking at a thing changes both the thing phenomenologically, but it also changes the subject who is doing the looking. And I think if anything, Catrone kind of brackets out that change over time, change in time. And I think it is true that the internet is. And look, I've even said this in the past, where the internet it's not a qualitative difference in anything. It's just a quantitative difference. And it's about the acceleration and the saturation of the simulation rather than the actual disposition towards or relation to communication. And I was wrong when I said that. I do think the internet is new. I do think that the types, the modalities, the relations, the dispositions, all of this, these are new, and the way they're impacting subjectivity is different from just the TV and just the newspaper and just the telegraph and just the printed page. Like, I think the internet is different because, well, and read Virilio. I think Virilio is kind of big on how and why these things have changed us. But I don't know, maybe even Virilio would say it's not a qualitative change, it's just a quantitative change. Now I want to go back and read more Virilio to see where he comes down. But I do think he would say it's new. It's
I mean, like, the Hegelian point is also to say like quantitative change is a qualitative change at some point, right? Like you can just,
when it reaches that threshold, it does become new.
Yeah.
Or maybe not new, but different, right? Difference. There's a difference.
Yeah. Oh, I'm holding this dialectical tension within myself between the political, because I think it's a political question too, right? Like, in a sense, like the if you say Marxism is a critique of the movement for socialism, a critique of the working class movement towards socialism. It's a critique. It's nothing else. And it has at its background always the revolution in mind. It was written by revolutionaries. Revolutionaries developed it further. These two guys who are Marxists, if you read it tonight, which would be great, you will see they tarry with their impossibility to be revolutionaries, where they're like, what the fuck are we if we are not?
Yeah.
And I think in that sense, there then it makes sense to, in a sense, to trans-historicize it. Because you always ask the Lenin question, you always, like, the key to Chris Catrone for me is like when he said in one, when Dave was still Pleep, when he said to the one guy listening, Lenin is your guy.
Yeah.
It was like, what does he mean? And I think maybe what he means is what is to be done. To constantly ask the question, what is to be done? Okay,
Yeah.
I have this whole situation around me. I can reify the situation, or I can critique it, and critique it in order to what?
Right.
And I think that's where the fault line,
Yeah.
or like maybe you squiggly line, not yet
Yeah.
osmotic
A
between,
dotted line,
you know,
a perforated membrane.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I do think I think we can have a critique for the sake of understanding, even though, you know, that understanding itself is a big question mark. And I think once again that goes down to intentionality. What it like what is the intentionality, and is the intentionality to act on the world, in and on the world, or is the intentionality to understand one's situation with reference to the world so that one can decide whether or not to act in and on the world? I don't know, but that itself is a dialectic, right? You can't think without action. You can't act without thinking.
Yeah. I think that's.
Well, and I think though, like all of those contradictions center us. Like once again, it comes back to this radical centering of like, I am the subject. You know, I am the one for whom this question is a question.
Yes.
So I think that's always good to always come back and always resituate yourself. That's why I'm doing this in the first place, because I am the one for whom this is a question.
The pretty good reason, I think.
I think.
For me too. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, like I really do. Like, and I take it serious. It's not like I don't want to be just a jerking off, like my oscillation between like everything is fucked, or maybe I have to immediately start helping build the Socialist Party is an indicator of like how serious I take this.
Yeah. I'm gonna make another tea and go to the bathroom again.
Yeah, then I continue. Do we want to continue? Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then maybe we can change, because then I will do the same, but with a cigarette and bathroom. Cool, man. The distance between subject and object, a presupposition of abstraction, is grounded in the distance from the thing itself, which the master achieved through the mastered. The lyrics of Homer and the hymns of the Rig Veda date from the time of territorial dominion and the secure locations in which a dominant warlike race established themselves over the mass of vanquished natives. The first god among the gods arose with this civil society, in which the king, as chieftain of the arms-bearing nobility, holds down the conquered to the earth, whereas physicians, soothsayers, craftsmen, and merchants see to social intercourse. With the end of a nomadic existence, the social order is created on a basis of fixed property. Mastery and labor are divided. A proprietor like Odysseus, quote, manages from a distance a numerous, carefully gradated staff of cowherds, shepherds, swineherds, and servants. In the evening, when he has seen from his castle that the countryside is illumined by 1,000 fires, he can compose himself for sleep with a quiet mind. He knows that his upright servants are keeping watch lest wild animals approach, and to chase thieves from the preserves which they are to protect. This was a quote from footnote Glotz, from a certain book he wrote on Greek and Homer. The universality of ideas as developed by discursive logic, domination in the conceptual sphere, is raised up on the basis of actual domination. The dissolution of the magical heritage of the old diffuse ideas by conceptual unity expresses the hierarchical constitution of life determined by those who are free. The individuality that learned order and subordination in the subjection of the world soon wholly equated truth with the regulative thought without whose fixed distinctions universal truth cannot exist. Together with mimetic magic, it tabooed the knowledge which really concerned the object. Its hatred was extended to the image of the vanquished former age and its imaginary happiness. The chthonic gods of the original inhabitants are banished to the hell, to which, according to the sun and light religion of Indra and Zeus, the earth is transformed. Heaven and hell, however, hang together. Just as the name of Zeus in non-exclusive cults was given to a god of the underworld as well as to a god of light. Just as the Olympian gods had every kind of commerce with the chthonic deities, so the good and evil powers, salvation and disaster, were not unequivocally distinct. They were linked together, like coming up and passing away, life and death, summer and winter. The gloomy and distinct religious principle that was honored as mana in the earliest known stages of humanity lives on in the radiant world of Greek religion. Everything unknown and alien is primary and undifferentiated. That which transcends the confines of experience, whatever in things is more than their previously known reality. What the primitive experiences in this regard is not a spiritual as opposed to a material substance, but the intricacies of the natural in contrast to the individual. The gasp of surprise, which accompanies the experience of the unusual, becomes its name. It fixes the transcendence of the unknown in relation to the known, and therefore terror as sacredness. The dualization of nature as appearance and sequence, effort and power, which first makes possible both myth and science, originates in human fear, the expression of which becomes explanation. It is not the soul which is transposed to nature, as psychologism would have it. Mana, the moving spirit, is no projection, but the echo of the real supremacy of nature in the weak souls of primitive men. The separation of the animate and the inanimate, the occupation of certain places by demons and deities, first arises from this pre-animism, which contains the first lines of the separation of subject and object. When the tree is no longer approached merely as tree, but as evidence for an other, as the location of mana, language expresses the contradiction that something is itself and at one and at the same time something other than itself, identical and not identical. Through the deity, language is transformed from tautology to language. The concept, which some would see as the sign unit for whatever is comprised under it, and this is mouse, the sign unit for whatever it is comprised under it, has from the beginning been, and Saussure, from the beginning been instead the product of dialectical thinking, in which everything is always that which it is, only because it becomes that which it is not. That was the original form of objectifying definition, in which concept and thing are separated. The same form, which is already far advanced in the Homeric epic and confounds itself in modern positivist science. But this dialectic remains impotent to the extent that it develops from the cry of terror, which is the duplication, the tautology of terror itself. And a small side note that for anyone, there was this battle in like German intellectual, and I think even like US, like Western intellectualism, which was the positivism dispute with Karl Popper as like the deterministic science guy who said like science can make claims and there can be like complete scientific objectivity, and the Frankfurt School people who said no, you are as a scientist always involved in that which you do science on. You cannot attain this position of objectivity.
That really just the other day, Dave and I read the first lecture of Classification Struggles by Bourdieu.
Yeah, dude, I was in the chat.
Yeah. That point that Bourdieu made over and over again, that like you are in the field that you are trying to research, trying to study. Like you are doing the thing that you are also trying to critique. So like, don't get shit twisted. Don't forget that you have one perspective, and like, how does your perspective change? How does your location in the field itself change the field and change your understanding of the field, and also your intentionality? What is it that you aim to do? What are you here hoping to extract from this study, this research, this critique? Yeah, I think this false idea of objectivity is a silly one that has led to inhuman horrors over and over and over again, and I think it's going to continue leading to horrible things when people do this thing. And I think maybe that's a version of nature or God, like just the objective, the outside. Like again, there there isn't an outside. It's here between us. Like this is where any of this exists in the first place. So like people who think they can attain this objectivity, especially by being analytic, or especially by being, maintaining the disinterested distance of the scientist. Yeah, that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and I think which is funny because it obfuscates, right? Like I think like it obfuscates the point. Their point would be it obfuscates how they are already shaping that which they like via power. You already subjugating. You cannot act like you don't do that. where I think like um Bourdieu's critique is more like post-Heideggerian, his own thing, kinda. Like because it's more structural, I think. And their point, I would take it to be here more Marxist in that they say like the objectifying definition in which concept and thing are separated. Yeah, that they would I think they take it even further in a sense that they say this is all society. You cannot act like you are not in. But maybe I'm too unfair to Bourdieu right now.
Yeah, I think
I think I have the feeling that Bourdieu comes at it from a different angle. That's what I wanted to tease out.
I think he does, but I do think the kind of impetus is to do the same thing, to say, hold on, don't get shit twisted.
Yeah.
You are complicit. You are also guilty of this. But you are also freed up because of this thing. Like it's this thing that like you're implicated, but you are also freed.
Yeah.
Hey, David Powers is in the chat. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you feel better.
Awesome. Hi, David.
He's under the weather, so hope you're feeling better, man.
Oh man. Yeah. Get well.
Yeah. Here, I'll pick it up.
Let me see if there's a good. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just trying to.
Yeah.
Identical and not identical. Was this through the deity? Language is transformed from tautology to language. Oh, just read that. I'll read it again, whatever. The concept, which some would see as the sign unit for whatever is comprised under it, has from the beginning been instead the product of dialectical thinking in which everything is always that which it is, only because it becomes that which it is not. That was the original form of objectifying definition, in which concept and thing are separated. The same form which is already far advanced in the Homeric epic and confounds itself in modern positivist science. Oh, David feels horrible. I'm sorry, dude. I hope you get better, man. The same form which is already far advanced in the Homeric epic and confounds itself in modern positivist science. Jesus. But this dialectic remains impotent to the extent that it develops from the cry of terror, which is the duplication, the tautology, of terror itself. The gods cannot take fear away from man, for they bear its petrified sound with them as they bear their names. Man imagines himself free from fear when there is no longer anything unknown. That determines the course of demythologization, of enlightenment, which compounds the animate with the inanimate, just as myth compounds the inanimate with the animate. Enlightenment is mythic fear turned radical. The pure immanence of positivism, its ultimate product, is no more than a, so to speak, universal taboo. Nothing at all may remain outside, because the mere idea of outsideness is the very source of fear. The revenge of the primitive for death, when visited upon one of his kin, was sometimes appeased by reception of the murderer into his own family. This, too, signified the infusion of alien blood into one's own, the generation of immanence. The mythic dualism does not extend beyond the environs of existence. The world permeated by mana, and even the world of Indian and Greek myth, know no exits, and are eternally the same. Every birth is paid for with death, every fortune with misfortune. Men and gods may try in their short space to assess fate in other terms than the blind course of destiny, but in the end, existence triumphs over them. Even their justice, which is wrested from fatality, bears the marks of fatality. It corresponds to the look which men, primitives, Greeks, and barbarians alike, cast from a society of pressure and misery on the circumambient world. Hence, for mythic and enlightened justice, guilt and atonement, happiness and unhappiness were sides of an equation. Justice is subsumed in law. The shaman wards off danger by means of its image. Equivalence is his instrument, and equivalence regulates punishment and reward in civilization. The mythic representations can also be traced back to in their entirety to natural conditions. Just as the Gemini, the constellation of Castor and Pollux, and all other symbols of duality refer to the inevitable cycle of nature, which itself has its ancient sign in the symbol of the egg from which they came, so the balance held by Zeus, which symbolizes the justice of the entire patriarchal world, refers back to mere nature. The step from chaos to civilization, in which natural conditions exert their power no longer directly but through the medium of the human consciousness, has not changed the principle of equivalence. Indeed, men paid for this very step by worshipping what they were once in thrall to only in the same way as all other creatures. Before, the fetishes were subject to the law of equivalence. Now, equivalence itself has become a fetish. The blindfold over Justitia's eyes does not only mean that there should be no assault upon justice, but that justice does not originate in freedom. David says, hell yeah. Leaving the body behind to float inside the metamind. Fuck yeah, homie. Read the quote. I think one of the points against Heidegger is you can't go back to some point in early Greece before presence at hand and technological thinking. Yeah. And also maybe a dig against the concept of fate and destiny at the end of being in time. Yeah. I like that, David. Good shit. Earlier we problematized fate, and I think before we live we were talking more about fate and destiny and this and that, which I think at the very beginning of the video we make a little intro, little reference to it. But we also brought up how Heidegger seems to do this like hard distinction between man and technology, and also nature and man, whereas in reality technology is an emanation from man, and man is an emanation from nature itself. So it's this this long interconnected cycle rather than discrete functions. And I think that's where Heidegger goes wrong. But
I agree.
The doctrine of the priests was symbolic in the sense that in it sign and image were one. Just as hieroglyphs bear witness, so the word too originally had a pictorial function, which was transferred to myths. Like magical rites, myths signify self-repetitive nature, which is the core of the symbolic, a state of being or a process that is presented as eternal because it incessantly becomes actual once more by being realized in the symbolic form. Alienation, reification, fucking abstraction, deconstruction, all over again. Inexhaustibly unending renewal and the permanence realized in inexhaustibly unending renewal and the permanence of the signified are not mere attributes of all symbols, but their essential content, the representations of creation in which the world comes forth from the primal mother, the cow or the egg, are symbolic. Unlike the Jewish Genesis, the elders' mockery of the all-too-human gods left the core untouched. The gods were not wholly individual. They still had something of manna in them, for they embodied nature as universal power. With their pre-animistic characteristics, they are prominent in the Enlightenment. Beneath the coy veil of the Olympian chronique scandalosa, there was already apparent the doctrine of the mixture, pressure, and impact of the elements, which presently established itself as science and turned the myths into fantastic images.
Let me interject here for a second.
Yeah.
For people like Chronic Scandalous, I think they reference it's like the scandalous chronic. with the mixture and pressure and all this. This is like Zeus fucked his sister, and his sister was pissed at their distant cousin, so they chopped off his hand, which is this what they say like mixture, pressure, and impact of the elements. Like the fucking lightning comes from the sky and hits the tree. How can this be when Gaia is the Earth Mother and Zeus is the, like they must be mad at each other somehow.
Yeah, it's doing this weird kind of personification that serves this kind of discretization, the instrumentalization of nature, rather than looking at it as a holistic process that is like the entire thing is the process. You can't take it apart bit by bit. You can't do this type of deconstruction. It's this.
But I think that's the prerequisite.
Yeah.
Like, to reach the holistic, they had to go through this, like to say like once they were separated, once they had this like exchange relation to nature, they had to think about like where, like we had to think about, like we're talking about the humans, like how does this work,
So
and then you can get to.
That's like the scientification of the Weltanschauung, right? Like before man was made discrete from nature, like back when man was just an ape, like this didn't exist because there was no thinking man. But then once man became man rather than just ape, everything did become instrumentalized. Causality became like the proposition of causality. Everything has to have this justification. Everything is atoned for and accounted for.
Yeah. Yes.
And so everything had to be made discrete in order to do this accounting. But then there's science comes along, modernity comes along and claims to be a re-holisticization. Science claims to be the ultimate atoner, the ultimate accounter, and we can account for everything because, look, actually, the sum is bigger than all of its constituent parts. And this is true, but also science isn't the logos that's going to get us there. We have to recognize it as a holistic whole in its own right. And then we can use science to say, well, for the purpose of this goal, I'm going to use science because it works. But we can't sit here and do the scientism and pretend this weird discretization is true, because it's not. Like, technology is us, and we are nature, and nature and God are the same thing, and it is a system. It is like everything's connected to everything else, man. Let's all get stoned. Yeah. But it's also true. There is a truth in that doesn't have to be ridiculed. And causality is, of course, a real thing. But also, at the beginning of the stream, we started by saying, I reject the classical notion of time. So necessarily, I reject the classical notion of causality. But that doesn't mean that I have some other kind of, that I have a substitution to make. It's just that, like, yes, cause and effect is the way the world works, but maybe we just don't understand it at the level that we think we do, that scientism has allowed us to be so overconfident. Yeah. It's called hubris, people. Let's be a little less hubristic. Let's have some humility and some grace.
And it retains the myth, right? Like that's the point what they're making. Like, in this process of like the gods, the Olympic gods, they cannot just go and like completely negate destroy these Chthonic gods, these gods who are more like akin to these what was it, Laureate and Petey
Petey. Yeah,
the
yeah.
river spirit, Petey the river spirit. Um, they cannot just say, oh, these guys, they can just they cannot undo them. I think that's the dialectical necessity. They
They
have
have to
to
sublate.
relate to them yes, and so they need to be put somewhere else. And this happens in science too. Science
Yes.
attains this dual character where it's
Mm-hmm.
weirdly enough the negation of myth by mythical qualities.
By mythologizing.
Yes, where it's like you know, like and I mean, this is even a critique. Now that I say it, it's very apparent that they critique Stalinism too,
Yeah.
because it's also a critique to say like you cannot just do this like vulgar historical materialism where it turns into determinism.
Yep.
And it's just one thing happens after the
Yeah.
after the other. I don't know. Proletariat plus Soviet power
Equals
equals
utopia.
yes, it's bullshit. That's not how it works.
That's not at all how it works. I mean, we know, we see how that works, right? The Holodomor is just one example of the inadequacies of the Soviet system. But I think you could probably get canceled for talking about famine in the Soviet Union, at least in leftist spaces. They don't want to hear. Well, not even leftist spaces. No. I think that's going too far. But it is true that on the internet, people celebrate the Soviet Union and act like it was heaven on earth. And here's another thing, and this is a tangent, and I do want to get back to the text, but another thing is people talk about the Soviet Union and historical progress, and they talk about how Russia was taken from this back-asswards peasant farmer country and turned into a world power. And this is true, but the fucking United States was also a back-asswards peasant country. Largely, you know, we had Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, like we had some industrial centers, but the breadth of the United States was also peasantry until total war. Total war is what came around and really instrumentalized the world powers. It wasn't Soviet communism. Don't give me this apologia and say, well, it was actually a good thing because look at how advanced. Capitalism did the same fucking thing in America and in Germany and across all of Europe. It was total instrumentalization. It was not specific state ideologies, because at the end of the fucking day, it was industrialization and it was the managerial revolution that led to these improvements in the base of production. It wasn't state ideology. So I'm tired of hearing leftists fucking say
but that is mythology.
It is a mythologizing,
you know? Because it's like because it's like it does not tarry with the fact that what happened in the Soviet Union was a failure.
Yep.
Because Lenin and all the Bolsheviki were waiting for the world revolution, and they thought this would start in Germany, in Europe, and they had a strong enough SPD that this was the big split that when like the SPD split into like, okay, we do the state now, we are the state now, and we are gonna do the Kautsky thing. That they were fucked in the Soviet Union, yes, and you cannot just say like, and I can understand that, to not say like, okay, let's roll back this revolution thing. Oops, my bad.
Yeah.
The Germans didn't do it. Let's just go home.
No,
like,
look,
they already were like the government, but the part is to not romanticize it.
Right.
Everything that followed from that were measures they had to take to I have to be careful because I think I'm too loud and it's late. I get so carried away by my thinking. No, sorry, you guys. You guys. I think most of the policies were measures like out of desperation and
Yep.
to hold on to
Yep.
the project.
Yep.
And you just cannot celebrate that as like,
Yeah.
and it turns into this weird, like, it turns into a mystification of capitalist necessity.
Yes.
They had to do that because Lenin and the Bolsheviki, they had to legislate the NEP. They had to do the new economic policy, which was like, okay, we do light capitalism now. That was state capitalism, um, because their economy was fucked. It was just not sustainable. Like war communism managed to get them through, and then like what is there to be celebrated about that? Like that's the same way, and in that regard, I completely agree with you. You can then you can celebrate the fascists in Germany, and you
Yep.
can say, wow, they did a really good productivity push, and in the US, and
Yeah. It becomes well, then you start to fetishize contingency and mistake contingency for necessity, and you're locating the cause, going back to cause, like you're locating cause and effect in the wrong spot, and you can get carried away, and then it becomes ideology, and then you become instrumentalized, and you become a political puppet,
yeah,
and people die.
yeah. Well, one thing, maybe like one thing to keep it dialectical, to say like, in a sense, it is always good. Um, in a sense, more capitalism, more production is good if you have the goal of socialism in mind, because it socializes people more. That argument you can make, um, but at the same time, you don't get out of the contradictions.
Right.
You know, like when the workers' movement in the world is experiencing the biggest defeat in its history, um, then it actually is not a good thing. In that
Yeah.
situation, it's not.
And it seems to me to become like a so what? Like you are kind of fetishizing the contingency, and it's like, well,
Yeah,
yeah, of course, but so what? Like that doesn't get us any closer to ground truth. It doesn't get us any closer to knowing or understanding, and it doesn't change the fact that horrible things happened in the name of progress.
yeah.
Um, yeah, man. So what? I think people now look. I think it's possible to ask "so what" too much, but I also think people all too often are too ready to disavow the "so what," and they're just like, uh,
Mhm.
they're like, well, I'm going to run with this because it supports my presuppositions and it supports my existing worldview and it supports my political project. So I'm not even going to ask, so what? And that's a tension that you have to maintain. You don't want to ask so much, so what, so many times that you never get to do the thing. But you also want to make sure that you're regularly checking in by like saying, well, is this efficacious? Does this fucking matter? Or am I just doing an ideology?
And I mean, I took your so what also to say like that's what capitalism would have done anyway.
Exactly.
Like that's like this idea that there is like a capitalism and an outside, or like the
Mm-hmm.
conscious part of capitalism, that like, no, like that is all capitalism.
It's all
Like
capitalism.
the fucking union is capitalism.
Yep.
The socialist movement is capitalism. It's a
Yep.
sublation. It's
Yep.
not. Um,
Yeah.
that's
Well, in the same way as man is nature, and in the
yeah,
same way that
exactly,
technology is
exactly.
man, like yeah, these things are the conditions of possibility. These things kind of provided the substrate where this new thing kind of grew and emerged. But trying to do this very instrumental, very scientific accounting Like, no, that becomes ideology and it becomes bullshit, and you just start doing post hoc justifications for things that are inconvenient to you or whatever.
It's oops, my bad. That's very inconvenient.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, like a famine. Oh,
Yeah. Oops. Sorry.
oopsie.
All right. Where? I don't know where the gods. Okay. The scandal.
Yeah.
There was
Science
already
and turned the myths into fantastic images.
With the clean separation of science and poetry, the division of labor it had already helped to effect was extended to language. For science, the word is a sign. As sound, image, and word proper, it is distributed among the different arts, and is not permitted to reconstitute itself by their addition, by synesthesia, or in the composition of the Gesamtkunstwerk. As a system of
It's the whole
grammar.
the whole piece of art. It's Wagner. It's Wagner. It's the whole art piece. Like Wagner did this like
the opus.
total art. Yeah, the opus.
Okay.
It's Gesamtkunstwerk. It's like everything.
Body of work, corpus of work, like the whole thing taken in totality.
Yeah. Like it's not just like you don't only do a picture, but you do like a picture for show and how art operates today.
Yeah. As a system of signs, language is required to resign itself to calculation in order to know nature, and must discard the claim to be like her. As image, it is required to resign itself to mirror imagery in order to be nature entire, and must discard the claim to know her. What is it? What's the thing where they're like, they say something, and you're like, yeah, but I hardly know her. With the progress of enlightenment, only authentic works of art were able to avoid the mere imitation of that which already is. The practicable antithesis of art and science, which tears them apart as separate areas of culture in order to make them both manageable as areas of culture, ultimately allows them, by dint of their own tendencies, to blend with one another, even as exact contraries. In its neo-positivist version, science becomes aestheticism, a system of detached signs devoid of any intention that would transcend the system. It becomes the game which mathematicians have for long proudly asserted is their concern. But the art of integral representability, even in its techniques, subscribed to positive science, and in fact adapts to the world yet again, becoming ideological duplication, partisan reproduction. The separation of sign and image is irremediable. Irremediable. I don't like that word. It's not remediate. You can't remedy it. Should unconscious self-satisfaction cause it once again to become hypostasized, then each of the two isolated principles tends toward the destruction of truth. In the relationship of intuition, in other words, direct perception, and concept, philosophy already discerned the gulf which opened with that separation, and again tries in vain to close it. Philosophy, indeed, is defined by this very attempt. For the most part, it has stood on the side from which it derives its name. Plato banned poetry with the same gesture that positivism used against the theory of ideas. With his much-renowned art, Homer carried out no public or private reforms, and neither won a war nor made any discovery. We know of no multitude of followers who might have honored or adored him. At first, art must first prove its utility. As for the Jews, imitation is proscribed. Reason and religion deprecate and condemn the principle of magic enchantment. Even in resigned self-distancing from real existence, as art, it remains dishonest. Its practitioners become travelers, latter-day nomads who find no abiding home under the established what has come to be. Nature must no longer be influenced by approximation, but mastered by labor. The work of art still has something in common with enchantment. It posits its own self-enclosed area, which is withdrawn from the context of profane existence and in which special laws apply. Just as in the ceremony, the magician first of all marked out the limits of the area where the sacred powers were to come into play, so every work of art describes its own circumference, which closes it off from actuality. This very renunciation of influence, which distinguishes art from magical sympathy, retains the magic heritage all the more surely. It places the pure image in contrast to animate existence, the elements of which it absorbs. It is in the nature of the work of art, or aesthetic semblance, to be what the new, terrifying occurrence became in the primitive's magic, the appearance of the whole in the particular. Boom. In the work of art, that duplication still occurs by which the thing appeared as spiritual, as the expression of mana. This constitutes its aura. As an expression of totality, art lays claim to the dignity of the absolute. This sometimes causes philosophy to allow it precedence to conceptual knowledge. According to Schelling, art comes into play where knowledge forsakes mankind. For him, it is the prototype of science, and only where there is art may science enter in. In his theory, the separation of image and sign is wholly cancelled by every single artistic representation. The bourgeois world was but rarely open to such confidence in art. Where it restricted knowledge, it usually did so not for the sake of art, but in order to make room for faith. Through faith, the militant religiousness of the New Age hoped to reconcile Torquemada, Luther, Muhammad, spirit, and real life. But faith is a privative concept. It is destroyed as faith if it does not continually display its contradistinction to, or conformity with, knowledge. Since it is always set upon the restriction of knowledge, it is itself restricted. The attempt of Protestant faith to find, as in prehistory, the transcendental principle of truth, without which belief cannot exist, directly in the world itself, and to reinvest this with symbolic power, has been paid for with obedience to the word, and not to the sacred. As long as faith remains unhesitatingly tied, as friend or foe, to knowledge, it perpetuates the separation in the very course of the struggle to overcome it. Its fanaticism is the occasion of its untruth, the objective admission that he who only has faith, for that very reason, no longer has it. Bad conscience is its second nature in the secret consciousness of the deficiency, necessarily inherent in faith, of its imminent contradiction in making reconciliation a vocation, lies the reason why the integrity of all believers has always been a sensitive and dangerous thing. The atrocities of fire and sword, counter-reformation and reformation, have occurred not as exaggerations, but as realizations of the principle of faith itself. Faith constantly reveals itself to be of the same cut as the world history which it would dictate to. In modern times, indeed, it becomes its favorite instrument, its particular stratagem. It is not merely the Enlightenment of the 18th century that, as Hegel confirmed, is relentless, but, as no one knew better than he, the advance of thought itself. The lowest and the highest insight alike manifest that distance from truth which makes apologists liars. The paradoxical nature of faith ultimately degenerates into a swindle and becomes the myth of the 20th century, and its irrationality turns it into an instrument of rational administration by the wholly enlightened as they steer society toward barbarism. When language enters history, its masters are priests and sorcerers. Whoever harms the symbols is, in the name of the supernatural powers, subject to their earthly counterparts, whose representatives are those chosen organs of society. What happened previously is hid in darkness. The dread which gives birth to mana, wherever it is met with ethnology, is always sanctioned, at least by the tribal elders. Unidentified, volatile mana was rendered consistent by men and forcibly materialized. Soon the magicians peopled every spot with emanations and made a multiplicity of sacred rites concordant with the variety of sacred places. They expanded their professional knowledge and their influence with the expansion of the spirit world and its characteristics. The nature of the sacred being transferred itself to the magicians who were privy to it. In the first stages of nomadic life, the members of the tribe still took an individual part in the process of influencing the course of nature. Men hunted game, while women did the work which could be produced without strict command. It is impossible to determine to what extent habit contributed to so simple an arrangement. In it, the world is already divided into the territory of power and the profane area. As the emanation of mana, the course of nature is elevated to become the norm, and submission to it is required. But even though, despite all submission, the savage nomad still participated in the magic which determined the lines of that submission and clothed himself as his quarry in order to stalk it, in later times intercourse with spirits and submission were assigned to different classes. The power is on the one side and obedience on the other. For the vanquished, whether by alien tribes or by their own cliques, the recurrent, eternally similar natural processes become the rhythm of labor according to the beat of cudgel and whip which resounds in every barbaric drum and every monotonous ritual. The symbols undertake a fetishistic function. In the process, the recurrence of nature which they signify is always the permanence of the social pressure which they represent. The dread objectified as a fixed image becomes the sign of the established domination of the privileged. Such is the fate of universal concepts, even when they have discarded everything pictorial. Even the deductive form of science reflects hierarchy and coercion. Just as the first categories represented the organized tribe and its power over the individual, so the whole logical order, dependency, connection, progression, and union of concepts is grounded in the corresponding conditions of social reality, that is, of the division of labor. But, of course, this social character of categories of thought is not, as Durkheim asserts, an expression of social solidarity, but evidence of the inscrutable unity of society and domination. Domination lends increased consistency and force to the social whole in which it establishes itself. The division of labor to which domination tends serves the dominated whole for the end of self-preservation. But then the whole as whole, the manifestation of its immanent reason, necessarily leads to the execution of the particular. To the individual, domination appears to be the universal, reason in actuality. Through the division of labor imposed on them, the power of all the members of society, for whom as such there is no other course, amounts over and over again to the realization of the whole, whose rationality is reproduced in this way. What is done to all by the few always occurs as the subjection of individuals by the many. Social repression always exhibits the masks of repression by a collective. It is this unity of the collectivity in domination, and not direct social universality, solidarity, which is expressed in thought forms. By virtue of the claim to universal validity, the philosophic concepts with which Plato and Aristotle represented the world elevated the conditions they were used to substantiate to the level of true reality. These concepts originated, as Vico puts it, in the marketplace of Athens. They reflected with equal clarity the laws of physics, the equality of full citizens, and the inferiority of women, children, and slaves. Language itself gave what was asserted, the conditions of domination, the universality that they had assumed as the means of intercourse of a bourgeois society. The metaphysical emphasis, and sanctioned by means of ideas and norms, were no more than a hypostasization of the rigidity and exclusiveness which concepts were generally compelled to assume wherever language united the community of rulers with the giving of orders. As a mere means of reinforcing the social power of language, ideas became all the more superfluous as this power grew, and the language of science prepared the way for their ultimate desuetude. Fuck you. Desuetude.
But this seems like a typo. Oh wow, this is really a word in English. A state of disuse.
Disusitude. Okay.
Disusitude.
Desuetude. Fuck. Use a proper word, you bitch ass Germans. The suggestion of something still akin to the terror of the flesh did not inhere in conscious justification. Instead, the unity of collectivity and domination is revealed in the universality necessarily assumed by the bad content of language, both metaphysical and scientific. Metaphysical apology betrayed the injustice of the status quo, least of all in the incongruence of concept and actuality. In the impartiality of scientific language, that which is powerless has wholly lost any means of expression, and only the given finds its natural sign. This kind of neutrality is more metaphysical than metaphysics. Ultimately, the Enlightenment consumed not just the symbols, but their successors, universal concepts, and spared no remnant of metaphysics apart from the abstract fear of the collective from which it arose. The situation of concepts in the face of the Enlightenment is like that of men of private means in regard to industrial trusts. None can feel safe. Even if logical positivism still allowed leeway to probability, ethnological positivism puts it in its place. Our vague ideas of chance and quintessence are pale shadows of this much richer notion, that is, of magical substance. Bum, bum, bum.
Bum, bum, bum. It's interesting that they never use the term, but I think like they follow completely with the concept of reification in this part, right?
Yeah.
Like that it's like something becomes demarcated, like the nomad who's still people are first they are within mana, then there is mana, and then mana turns into these sites, right? And like then there's the separation is happening between subject and object. The nomad, the human, turns into the subject, and the territory, the nature is split into two parts too.
Yeah.
Like you have the profane and you have the territory of power.
Yeah, and I think that's like the thrust of what's going on is this reification, and it's this projection, abstraction, reification, deconstruction, like that whole operation that I want to come up with like a cool word for it to say that whole process, because I like that whole process, and it is projection, abstraction, reification, deconstruction, just kind of over and over and over again. But that's it, and it's like through that process, they are reifying these quote unquote natural categories or whatever, and robbing they as in like early man, the nomad, whatever, the empirical subject, whatever, like you are robbing yourself of subjectivity, of agency, of you know, liberation and guilt. Like, again, like you're implicated, you're guilty, but like the implication is also an emancipation because it's a recognition of your agency. It's a recognition of the part you're playing in the world. It's a recognition. Like, I think that going back to Bourdieu the other day, like, I think it might have been Solowski brought up solipsism, or maybe it was Caravaggio in the chat. Somebody brought up solipsism. And I think this is the same thing I said with Bourdieu. Like, no, this is instructing us how to defeat solipsism. This is showing us how to get outside of that solipsism. Because if all you do is just reify the world that you found yourself in and say, well, there's nothing I can do. I'm trapped in this world, and I'm just going to take everything as a given and reify these natural categories and let everything calcify. Like, then you are doing a solipsism by like not trying to escape the box. Like, because we are already here. Like, we find ourselves already here. So rather than trying to do this infinite regress of like, well, is it God or is it the Big Bang or is it some other thing? It's like, yeah, that's fun and I would love to talk about it, but I would rather try to like fix up this house that we're all living in, and once we fix it up, then we can talk about, what color do we want to paint the walls? But yeah, I think that's it. Like, they're explaining the process of thought, and they're explaining the process of thinking about thought, and like what is thinking? Thinking is an action. Like, in fact, you could even say there is no difference between thought and action because they're both radically transformative.
Yeah.
Or have the potential to be radically transformative.
Yeah. I think that's like the aspect of like, what is the freedom? I think they think about freedom.
Yeah.
Like, how can, and it's it's like the classical trusted Marx move to be like, let me unfold all of this. So I can show you where like the contradiction points beyond itself, right? Like, how do you escape? Like, when you can get the tools of criticizing domination via domination.
Yeah.
They make it basic. Yeah.
Well,
and it's interesting, right? Like, they never say, like, they at one point they say capital. There's no like, because they also were kind of in hiding.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, don't push the boundary too much in like USA 1942, like,
dude, yeah, like, wait a minute, you guys are communists? Like, we're gonna
no, we're critical theorists.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
I know her by name only.
I hardly know her.
Yeah, I hardly know her.
Oh man. Oh, I'm getting to the point where my eyes aren't
dude, I'm
yeah.
I noticed like there was a point where while you read, where it was like, ooh.
Yeah.
This is getting hard now.
It's getting thick. I don't know. I do think, like, I'm noticing my eyes are jumping around the page. I'm having a hard time focusing. I think now would be a good point to cut the reading. Because to be honest, I would have to go back and reread whatever we read. Well, to be honest, I'm going to have to go back and reread it all. Anyway, that's the way you're supposed to read. People on the internet, read, reread, and reread once again. Repetition. But yeah, dude, I think it's cool how we arrived at this text.
Dude.
We were just hanging out, shooting the shit, and we were talking about stuff, and some of the themes and currents that Adorno and Horkheimer are problematizing here came up like organically in our conversation, and then you were like, actually, we should read this. I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. And then we did, and I'm glad we did. I do feel like this goes really well with Bourdieu. This like we're in the boat and we're trying to understand the river. And like you can't escape your perspective. You just can't get out of it. You can be critical of it and you can try to like get a holistic view, but you will never have an objective view. But that's not a reason to stop trying. We are in the boat and we would like to understand the river. So let's not get ahead of ourselves and start to think the Enlightenment is the end-all be-all and modernity is the bee's knees and we are the smart people who will understand the world. We will never understand the world, but nevertheless, we must also change the world if we want to, hang out. Now, I'm also entirely open to the idea of mass suicide. I wouldn't be too upset if, every human on Earth. I would be. You know what? That's not true.
Dude, no, that's not true. There's
I like people.
I can think of people. Think of people where I would like, nah.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah, I like people. I like the possibilities that people create. Like I like rocks, and I like trees, and I like birds too. But the coolest stuff is human stuff, and we wouldn't have any of that cool stuff without humans. So I would be upset. Mass suicide is not an option. Oh, look, Cesar's back. I missed most of the stream, but glad to see y'all get a reading session done. Bring back Rudy. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, Cesar. Rudy's back. Although Rudy's going to be busy. So we won't be able to do this all the time, but hopefully we can incorporate doing long reading sessions into our schedules.
Yeah. I mean, it's also like it's both, right? Like it's also a question of discipline.
Yep.
That's what maybe one time we speak about discipline, because that's like, I think, kind of like a blind spot with time energy, but I don't. Dave has also a method and stuff like that, but there's a point about discipline, and like came up one time when he asked, like, is it a self-fulfilling prophecy to speak about time energy? And there is an aspect that I notice where it's like, where you can say like, oh no, I don't have time and energy.
Yeah. No, that tension of,
yes, I sleep, like
there's a tension of the only way to do it is to create a world where there's always too much to do, but that failing to accomplish any one thing will not be a catastrophic failure. So that you can always have this open field of possible things to be doing at any given time, so there's always, and look, it's also important to build in human time. It's also important to build in non-instrumentalized jack off time. Like we all need to make time to jack off, right? And jacking off here is, of course, a metaphor, but sometimes you might need to do that too.
Yeah.
So yeah, like it comes with like an intentional approach, and it's a privilege, it's a luxury. Most people don't get to design their lives in this way, where they can set up productive procrastination to accomplish work. Most people don't have the relative time energy to be productive when they're not working, because work saps all of their life energy. Work takes all the energy away from their time. So even if they have free time, well, in Adorno, going back to Adorno's free time, like when you find yourself with free time, you don't have enough energy to do it. So we are lucky. But it's also a discipline, because there are, like today, I'm tired today, and I spent several hours this morning reading an audio book for Audible. And I could have said, "Hey, Rudi, I'm tired. I'm gonna take a nap. We'll do it later." But I'm glad I didn't. Both for the fact that I feel like this was really good. I feel like this whole conversation was good, and the people that were here, I feel, got a lot out of it. There was some people in the chat saying, "Wow, I've read this book a lot. I've never thought about it that way." Like I feel like we were productive from the point of view of the milieu. I also feel like it was nice. We did chat and have fun before we started streaming on the internet. So yeah, like I'm glad, but it also took discipline, because there is a version of me that was like, yeah, I'm gonna go lie down.
Dude, it was the same for me. I was like, before the stream, I worked, and then I went home and cooked me some food, and then I was like, do I really want to do the stream? But like, this is like the same with like, because I don't drink for 8 years now.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's easier every time you say to yourself, no, it gets a little easier.
Yeah, I think that's true.
I think that's one part that's true about BoJack Horseman, where like in the first season finale, he meets this jogging ape, and he's like, I hate it, this is terrible. And he tries to jog, like and he falls down, and then the ape comes to him and says, like, every day it gets a little easier. That's the secret.
Yeah.
And I think so there's this discipline part to say to yourself, like, now come on, I show up. Which is, there's like a weird inversion of perfectionism, I think. I notice with myself, where I'm like, oh, I will not be my best self. I will not be on point. Dude. Like right now, I'm so tired that my eyes fall together, but I still want to like probably say bye, and share my thoughts. But it's like, yeah, I'm just like, like I'm just like how I am right now.
Yeah.
It's not on purpose to be like, and everyone who doesn't get it, fuck you. Like, for real, like.
Yeah. I mean, the perfectionism getting in the way of like being able to do anything in the first place. Discipline, energy time as opposed to time energy. Like we have energy time. We are hacking energy time. And that means like we are designing fields of possibilities so that we can productively procrastinate and get things done. But you also don't want to have catastrophic failures. This is also why you want to program in some jacking off time, because all work and no play makes Jack a failure. You need time to decompress. And yeah, it's discipline, it's care, it's intentionality, it's dedication. And it's also true that it's easier to do this with homies, like trying to do all this shit alone in isolation. I don't know, like 5 years ago, the me from 5 years ago, I thought I was smart, and I thought I understood everything, and I thought I was the bee's knees. And then like taking a step back and realizing, oh, I am an idiot, and I'm not currently doing the thing that I think I'm doing. But I don't want to say it's simple and it's easy, because it's not. It is difficult to have that discipline of, oh, I'm going to seriously read this book. There's also a way that, like, the first time I read this book, the first time I read The Culture Industry, like, it was bullshit. I didn't internalize anything. Like, I just read it because it was like, that's a book I'm supposed to read. I'm going to scan this motherfucker, and then I'll say I read it.
Yeah. And maybe have a hot take on it, like.
Yeah. They're just a bunch
by
of...
the way.
Yeah.
these
Uh,
bougie Germans, you know,
yeah,
like
yeah. And that was probably it too. And I was like, oh, these guys are fucking State Department plants. Fuck these guys. Uh, but no, it's good. Discipline is a good topic. And there has been some potential or some actual misunderstanding in the past too on the notion of discipline and energy time versus time energy. Like there have been some people that like we're not here just to do the bootstraps thing. Like there's an element of bootstraps, but also the people who think the world is bootstraps and nothing but bootstraps, you guys are fucking morons. You guys are like you're missing the point that the overwhelming majority of people on this planet can't do anything other than what they are already doing. That's it. That's our radical responsibility, is to at least take that seriously. Look, I'm not saying that I believe we're going to change the world, because I don't. But I do believe we can potentially create conditions of possibility for others to change the world. And taking that privilege is a fucking stupid word. People use it all the time, and they're just bitches about it. But me, at the end of the day, I am very privileged, and I do take that privilege seriously. And it's like, I'm trying to, trying to do something other than just work and consume, like produce, consume, and perform like, oh, I'm some ethical, high and mighty, radical anarchist. Look how ethical I am. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Fuck you, man. But yeah, dude. I'm glad glad we're reading this.
Me too. And I think it's like I had while reading it, at the end I thought, like, what is our perspective today? Yeah. Because I think they have their perspective. And like that brought me towards like self-critique. I always return back to this currently, that I'm like, when it's about like, can we change the world? Can we do anything? Can we create the preconditions? Like, why is it that we think how we think? Yeah. Like, what has changed? What is the exchange today? And I think that's like a research question for me, a very deep one, where I'm like, I am still not convinced by all that is on offer, in a sense. And at the same time, I ask myself, why do they still speak to us? You know, like maybe more than others do. Like, why can we both sit here and be like, you know, that's an interesting situation. And I don't think it's only because we smell our own farts, but because maybe something has not moved so much along, you know, like to the Catron point, where I'm sympathetic to this idea of like, how much has changed? What would they do? Would they think about the internet? You know, like, this is one interesting question.
Yeah, what would they think about the internet?
For real, like, what would they think about the internet?
I think they would think it's fucking awesome.
That's fucking awesome.
But they would also be horrified. They would also be like, this is the end of the fucking world. But it's awesome. The end of the world is a beautiful spectacle.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys enjoy the spectacle?
Yeah, dude. All right.
Famous last words.
Yeah. As the aliens invade tonight and they hijack our brainwaves and they convince us all to kill ourselves tonight. It's been real. It's been fun. That would actually suck, dude. I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, no. That's the edge. That's the edge mode. Like, I noticed that with you too. When you get tired, your edge starts kicking in.
Yeah. I'm like, fuck it.
For me, it's just like, I don't care what I say. It's just like, I get lost in my thoughts because I'm just like, you start to be like, yeah, why not kill ourselves?
Let's all just die, dude.
Everything ends.
All All right.
It's all this ennui.
Yep. That's what it is, though. It is. All right, internet. I'm gonna say bye-bye to YouTube. Bye-bye to YouTube. And
Bye bye, YouTube.
bye, guys. We'll see you later. Thanks for stopping in. All right. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm glad we